In the first part of the course, we will focus on the basic English sounds. We will learn how to produce the different English sounds, including vowels, consonants, diphthongs, which are all important to help making yourself understood when you speak English. This section will help you develop a clear and accurate English intonation, which will help you to communicate more effectively in English. The second part of the course will focus on grammar. We will learn the basic rules of English grammar, including nouns, pronouns, verbs, tenses, adjectives, adverbs, and all the basic rules that help you to have proper grammar as a beginner learner of English. This section will help you develop your language skills and to build your confidence when using English grammar. The third part of the course will focus on listening and speaking. You will learn basic conversation skills, including greetings, introductions, and common expressions. The fourth part of the course will focus on reading and writing skills. You will learn basic reading comprehension skills, including identifying main ideas, details, and understanding context. This section will help you build your literacy skills and help you to express yourself effectively when you're writing. The fifth part of the course will focus on culture and context. So you are going to learn basic cultural norms and customs, including idiomatic expressions and social conventions. This will help you to better understand the context that is used when English speakers speak and communicate. Good luck and see you in the first lesson. Hello and welcome to our English course for beginners. Today we are going to start with the very basics, the English alphabet. This will be the foundation for everything else we will learn. The English alphabet has 26 letters, and we will be looking at each one, its name, its sound, and an example of a word that starts with a letter. If you're ready, let's get started. Take a look at this. This is the English alphabet. Take note of the shape of each letter. The alphabet is made up of 26 letters. The English alphabet is a set of letters arranged in a specific order, whereas a letter is a symbol that represents a sound in its written form. Now let's look closely. The first letter of the English alphabet is A. The name of the letter is A, pronounced as A. A typical word that begins with A is apple. The second letter of the English alphabet is B. The name of the letter is B. It is pronounced B. A typical word that begins with B is ball. Now let's run through all the letters in the English alphabet and know what the names are. I want you to repeat after me. A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, L, M, N, O, P, Q, R, S, T, U, V, W, X, Y, Z, or as some people would say, Z. So there you have it, the English alphabet. Now I want us to take a look at a few things. When you say the name of each letter, it can sound a little different from the sound the letter makes in a word. For example, the letter B, the name of the letter is B, but it is pronounced as B, not B. The name is B, the sound is B. And so in a word spelled like B-A-T, it is pronounced bat. because the name is not the same as the sound. The sound is B, and so we have but. Let's look at another example because this will make it much clearer to you. The letter C. Now, the name of this letter is C. However, the sound is K. So the sound of this letter is not C, but the sound is K. And so in a word like CAT, it is pronounced K, cat. The word is pronounced cat because the sound of the letter C is K. We do not use the name of the letters to pronounce their sounds. The sounds are completely different most of the time. Let's look at another example. The letter M. The name of the letter is M. However, the sound is M. And so in a word spelled M-A-N, the word will be pronounced man, not a man, following the name of the letter, just M, man. Now, there are some unusual examples. For instance, let's look at the letter K. The name of the letter is K. So in a word, and it is pronounced K. The sound of K is K. So in a word like K-N-O-W, you will be expecting the pronunciation kno. However, this particular word is pronounced no. And so the K is silent. And this is a very specific example of unusual cases of sounds and their pronunciation in the English language. We will touch a little bit more on that later in the course. It is also important to note that the English alphabet is written in uppercase letters and lowercase letters. Uppercase letters are also referred to as capital letters, and lowercase letters are referred to as small letters. Now, uppercase letters or capital letters are usually used to begin a sentence. So, for example, we have "we love apples." In this sentence, we see that the W in "we," which is the first word of the sentence, begins with an uppercase W, a capital W. We also use uppercase letters at the beginning of names of people, places, and things. So look at these examples. Names of places like Jason, Karis, Kinsley, Judith. We have capital letters because they are proper nouns. Places like Paris, Turkey, Oslo, New York, we have capital letters beginning these things. And then things, specific things, peculiar things like Tesla, we have capital T beginning the word. So I want you to look out for that. And small letters or lowercase letters usually spell the rest of the words in the sentence or in the names of people, places, and things. So if you look at the example that we had, "we love apples," you see that apart from the capital W that begins the sentence, the rest of the letters are all lowercase letters. In the same way, when you look at the proper nouns that we looked at, apart from the first letter that begins the name of the place, thing, or place, or people, the rest of the letters are all small or lowercase letters. So do take note of that. Now let's do a quick run through of all the letters in the alphabet and then know their names and also look at a typical word that the letter can start with. So I want you to repeat after me. A, which is pronounced A, as in apple. B, ball. C, cat. D, dog. E, elephant. F, fish. G, goat. H, house. I or as in igloo. J, as in Jews. K, kite. L, lion. M, monkey. N, nose. O, as in owl. P, as in penguin. Q, as in queen. R, as in rabbit. S, as snake. T, turtle. U, as in umbrella. V, violin. W, as in whale. X, as in x-ray. Y, as in yak. Z, as in zebra. Well done. Now I want you to head over to the resource folder that is attached to this lesson and go through the exercises related to this lesson before you continue. Good work for staying to the end of this lesson. If you did not understand anything, go through the lesson one more time at your own pace. Remember, practice makes perfect. See you in the next lesson. Bye. Hello and welcome to today's lesson. Today we will be focusing on numbers. In the English language, we have what we call cardinal and ordinal numbers. Let's begin with cardinal numbers. Now, cardinal numbers are the normal numbers like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, and so on. We can write them in words. So cardinal numbers 1, 2, 3 can be written in words. For example, cardinal number 1 or just 1 is written as O-N-E. 2 is written as T-W-O. 3 is written as T-H-R-E-E. So we have to know how to spell all the numbers in English. So we can have the figure, which is how it looks, how it is drawn, so to speak, and then how it is written as a word. Now, cardinal numbers, what do they help us with? They help us know how much of something there is. For example, you can say there are 2 people in the classroom. If you look at a picture, you can say there are 4 people or 5 people in the classroom. They tell us how much of something there is. Cardinal numbers also help us to tell the time. So we use cardinal numbers 1, 2, and so forth to tell the time. For example, if you look at the clock here, you can say it was 3 o'clock, 3 o'clock. Or if it's on another dial, you can say it was 5 o'clock, it was 2:20 p.m., it was 3:20 a.m., it was 4 a.m., 4 p.m., 5 a.m., 5 p.m. So cardinal numbers help us to tell the time. Now let's look at what we call ordinal numbers. Now, what are ordinal numbers? Ordinal numbers are numbers such as first, second, third, and so on. Now, why do we need ordinal numbers? Ordinal numbers tell us the position of something. So if we have a couple of things on a table, in a place, you can use ordinal numbers to express the position of where something specific is. For example, you can say, I was the first person in line, or if we have a competition and you won whichever place that you won in, you can say, I won gold medal for first place, or I was in first place, or I came second place. I came second, I came third. So that is what ordinal numbers help us to do. So they help us to express the position of something. Also, ordinal numbers are used for dates. Have you ever told the dates in English or in your language? What did you use? We use ordinal numbers. For example, it was the 2nd of July. So you can say, if you want to say your birthday, when is your birthday? You can say, for example, my birthday is the 2nd of July, or my birthday is the 3rd of December, or you can say today's date is the 2nd of July 2023. So that is what ordinal numbers help us to do. So we can write them in words first or in figures. So ordinal numbers, just as cardinal numbers, can be written in words or in figures. So let's look at how they are written in words. So in words, you can spell, for example, first is spelled as F-I-R-S-T. That is the spelling for first. Now, this is how it comes as a figure. So if you don't want to spell it out and you just want to put out the figure, it is 1 and then ST. That is the short form of writing first. And this is second, and this is third, and this is fourth. Now, there are a few exceptions to writing out ordinal numbers. So when it comes to first, it is written as 1 and then ST. Second, it is written as 2 and then ND. Third, it is written as R and then RD. So I want you to take a look at something. When you look at the spelling of the word, the last 2 letters of the word is what is used when we are writing out the figures. So first, it uses 1, and the last 2 letters of the word first is ST. So we add ST to the end. When you look at second, we use 2, and the last 2 letters of spelling the word second is ND. So we add it to the 2. Now, when you look at third, we have RD at the end of spelling the word third. And so we write 3 and then add RD. So that is how we do it. And then the rest of them usually have 4th, 5th, 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th, 24th. For the rest of them, you have TH at the end. So that's it for today. Let's do a quick recap. We said that numbers can either be cardinal or ordinal. And cardinal numbers tell us of how much of something there is. For example, there are 2 people in the class. There are 2 mangoes in my bag. I have 3 shirts. I have 4 shirts. They are used to tell how much of something there is. And then the cardinal numbers also are used to tell the time. It is 3 o'clock. It is 4 o'clock. It is 5:15, and so on. And then we talked about ordinal numbers. Ordinal numbers are used to tell the position of something, whether something is first, second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh, and so on. And they are also used to tell the date. Good job for today. So I have attached a file in the resource folder that you can have some exercises to do. I want you to head over there and do the exercises by yourself, and then download the answers and then check your answers. And that will be a great resource and exercise till we meet in the next lesson. Good work for staying to the end of this lesson. Like I say, if you do not understand anything, go through the lesson one more time at your own pace. Remember, practice makes perfect. See you in the next lesson. Hello and welcome to today's lesson. Today we will be focusing on basic sounds and pronunciation in English. Our goal today is to introduce basic sounds in English and how they are pronounced. I want to help you improve your pronunciation and help you better understand English sounds. So let's get right into the lesson. Have you had any experience with English pronunciation or had difficulties with it? Well, here are some common English words, and I want you to try to pronounce them on your own. I'll give you a few minutes and then I will go through them with you. Now, how did that go? I hope it went well. Well, let's go through a few of the words. Hello, goodbye, yes, no, please, sorry, love, friend, family, time, money, school, book, water, sleep, health, happy, beautiful, cold, fast. I hope you were able to pronounce some of them. If you were not, do not be bothered. That is why we have this lesson. So let's get right into it. So in English, we have what we call consonants and vowels. We will start with consonants. In English, consonants are produced by narrowing and closing some parts of the mouth and throat. They are an essential part of the English language and are used in almost every word and sentence. In the English language, there are 21 consonant letters. So remember, I am saying consonant letters, not the sounds. We will get to the sounds in a little bit. But first of all, let's look at the consonant letters. So the consonant letters in the English language are B, C, D, F, G, H, J, K, L, M, N, P, Q, R, S, T, V, W, X, Y, and Z. Some of them are frequently used and some of them are less frequently used. And you can see that I have written here, Q and X are not really frequent. They don't make frequent appearance in the English writing. Now, we have what we call consonant blends. So when you have two consonants or more together, we call them consonant blend or consonant cluster. So in addition to the individual consonant sounds represented by the letters of the alphabet, there are also consonant blend and digraph. So consonant blends are two or more consonant sounds that blend together. They blend together, such as B and L, which blend together as bl, as in blue, or T and R as in tree. Now, consonant digraphs are two consonant letters that together represent a single sound. So in consonant blend, we are still pronouncing each sound of the letter. So for example, we have B and L, we have B and L, so B. And so we have blue. However, in consonant digraphs, the two letters combine together to give us one sound. For example, T and H combine to give us th, not t, or S and H combine to give us sh, not s. So we also have P and H, which combine to give us f, not p. So consonant blends are different from consonant digraphs, and I want you to take note of that. Now let's look closely at these sounds. Consonants are speech sounds produced by narrowing the path flow of air through your vocal tract, right? And then they are divided into two. We have voiced and voiceless consonants. Let's first look at voiced consonants. Now, voiced consonants are produced by vibrating the vocal cords while making the sound. For example, B. You can feel a vibration in your throat when you pronounce the sound. So I want you to pronounce after me B, as in bag, D, as in dog, G, as in gaze, V, as in van, Z, zoo, M, monkey, nice, L, late, R, red, Y, yellow or yacht, W, water. So these are the voiced consonants that we have in English, because whenever you pronounce these sounds, they vibrate your vocal cords. Now let's look at voiceless consonants. Voiceless consonants, on the other hand, are produced without vibrating the vocal cords. Let's take some examples and it will help you understand. So, P as in pen or pain, and then we have T as in top or tea, and then we have K as in clock or key, and we have F as in fan or food, and we have S as in say or seat, and we have H as in heat or hand, Ch as in chat or child, Sh as in she or shout, Th as in thin or thigh. Great job. So at this point, I'd like you to take a pause at the lesson and take a short break, 2 to 3 minutes, stretch your legs, drink a glass of water, and then when you come back, we will continue. Welcome back. So we've gone through voiced and voiceless consonants. Now you have to know that correctly pronouncing consonant is very important in English. It is crucial because when you mispronounce them, they can change the meaning of the word. For example, let's look at this. Bake and fake. You can see that we have almost the same spelling with the exception of the first letters. So in the first word, we have B-A-K-E, and then we have the second word spelled F-A-K-E. So they are almost the same with the exception of the first letters that begin. So if you do not sound them right, if you say f instead of b or b instead of f, then you completely change the sound. And that is why we are learning how to pronounce the consonant sounds. Now let's move on to vowels. In English, we have consonant and we have vowels. So vowels are produced by the vocal cords without any obstruction in the mouth or in the throat. There are 5 vowel letters in English. So letters, remember we have letters just to see how they are written, the form, the figure. So the 5 vowel letters in English languages: A, E, I, O, and U. However, the English language has more vowel sounds than 5. In fact, there are around 20 different vowel sounds in English depending on the dialect. So you see that we have only 5 letters that represent all these 20 vowel sounds that we have in the English language. So the 5 vowel letters can represent multiple vowel sounds depending on the word and its pronunciation. For example, the letter A, it can make different vowel sounds in the words cat, car, and cake. In the word cat, the letter A is pronounced as A. In the letter car, the letter A is pronounced R. In the word cake, the letter A is pronounced as A. So it is very important to know that even though you might have the same vowel letter in a word or in different words, they might not be pronounced in the same way. And that's the purpose of our lesson. Now we have what we call diphthongs. It is not important, it's not very, very important to know what these terms are, but it's just important to understand how we use them so that you can practically use them in your language. So 2 vowel sounds pronounced in sequence within the same syllable. Same syllable means you pronounce just one sound, one sound, one stroke of sound, one unit of sound. So diphthongs are 2 vowel sounds pronounced in a sequence within the same syllable. For example, we have the letters O and I pronounced as oi, and this is called a diphthong because there are 2 vowel sounds that are pronounced in one syllable. Oi, as in boil, boil. Now, this chart that we have here helps you to know which part of your mouth produces the vowel sounds. Let's take a look at this. Now, when you see the first letter on the top left corner is E, E, and the position of the sound on this chart helps you to know that E is pronounced at the very tip of your tongue, at the very tip of your mouth. In front, it is high and it is front, so it is called a high frontal vowel. And then you have E, E. You would realize that you pull your tongue a little backwards, even though it is still high. So we have E and then we have I, and they are all in front. Your tongue is producing it in front. And then we have E, 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 and then we have
A, A. And then we have I, and then I is going backwards because you see that your mouth is opening up a little bit more. And then we have O, your tongue goes back, and so that is a back vowel. And then we have ooh, a high back vowel. So it is not important to know the names and the positions and everything, but just to show you that this chart, which is called the IPA chart, the International Phonetic Alphabet Chart, helps you to know where you ought to pronounce the vowel sounds. Great. So let's take a look at all the vowel sounds again with some more examples, okay? So we have now it is not the vowel letters we're looking at the vowel sounds. So we're looking at the most common ones that we have. So we have I as in bike. We have A as in raid. We have I as in bit. We have O as in hot. We have A as in cup. We have U as in moon. We have as in V. We have E as in pet. We have O as in law. And then we have ow as in house. The correct pronunciation of vowels is also very important because changing the vowel sound can change the meaning of a word. For example, we have these two words. We have B-I-T and then we have B-E-A-T. Now listen to the pronunciation of these words. Bit and beat. So you see, in the first word B-I-T, the I sound is very short. And in the second word, beat, the I sound is elongated or is longer. So you need to know when to pronounce a vowel sound shorter or longer because it changes the meaning of a word. If you say bit, we know that it is just you mean something small. But if you say beat, where you prolong or you make the vowel sound longer, we know that you're talking about punishing someone or beating someone or physically assaulting someone. Great job. So let's do a quick recap of what we have done today. We've had a long lesson today and we have tried our best to introduce the basic sounds in the English language, both consonant sounds and the vowel sounds. And we have talked about voiced consonant sounds and voiceless consonant sounds. We have talked about the English vowels. We have seen that the English vowel letters are not necessarily the vowel sounds because there are more English vowel sounds than there are letters. And it is important to know how each of them are pronounced. And then we talked about diphthongs and we looked at some examples. I hope you have learned a lot today and this lesson is going to help you in your English speaking journey. So, like we do, I want you to move on and go to the resource folder that is attached to this lesson. Download the exercises and answer the questions by yourself. These questions are designed to help you practice what we have learned in the lesson. And then after you have answered the questions, I want you to download the answer file and then check your compare and check your answers and correct yourself wherever you made a mistake and then just revise what we did. Great work. Thank you for staying till the end of the lesson. Like I always say, if you did not understand anything, go through the lesson one more time. Take your time, listen to it at your own pace, make notes, and you can always ask questions in the comment section. And I'll see you in the next lesson. Bye. Hi there, and welcome to our beginner course for learning English. In today's lesson, we will be learning some basic English vocabulary to help you enrich your English expressions and to help you speak English better. Let's get right into the lesson. Can you think and say one thing that you did over the weekend? Can you think of any activity that you did over the weekend and give me some words you would use to describe what you did? Great. So, I want to show you how your thoughts came alive with words. Whether you were thinking in your mother tongue or in English, you would realize that you need words to bring your imagination alive. You need words and vocabulary to bring whatever that you're seeing in your mind's eye, whatever you're thinking, you need words to bring them alive. And that is what this lesson is going to help you to do. So we want to first look at some activity words. So what is activity? These are words that help you talk about things that you are doing. For example, bake, play, whisk. If you're baking, you can do something like whisking of the eggs and mixing them together. You also have enjoy. If you go on a vacation, you enjoy places and different activities with friends and family. So these are some activity words. Now let's look at words that help us with telling the time. Overnight. Now, if you did something that lasted throughout the night, you can say overnight, or if you spent the night over at a friend's place, you can say we had an overnight stay here and there. We had an overnight stay at a hotel. So we also have words like yesterday, February, January, today, tomorrow. So these are words that help you express time in English. Let's look at some words that help you to talk about objects that you use. For example, flour, baking pan, football, tent, pegs, camera, car. All these are objects, words that refer to specific things. And then there are also words for description, how something is, or how good or how bad, how slow, how fast something is. So words like slow, beautiful, funny, tired, tired, these are words that we use to describe. And these words enrich your vocabulary. So today we are going to focus on looking at days, seasons, and months. And you need these when you're expressing time around the clock. So let's first look at words that help us to express time in with respect to days. So there are 7 days in a week. We know that there are 7 days that make up 1 week. And we have weekdays. The weekdays are Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday. And the weekend, the end of the week, is Saturday and Sunday. Now let's look at the months. There are 12 months in an entire year. 1 year is made up of 12 separate months. So let's go through the months from beginning to end. January is the first month of the year. February is the second month of the year. And then we have March, April, May, June, July, August, September, October, November, and December. December is the last month of the year. So you can use these to tell time in your conversations and in your language. Now let's look at seasons. Seasons. So there are 4 seasons in a year, and the months of the year are grouped into 4 different sections, forming the 4 seasons. These are like seasonal cycles. And in this lesson, we are using the timing that is according to the UK time and the timing in the United Kingdom. So, of course, other places in the world also have similar timing, but I just want us to have a specific thing in mind. So, we have spring. Spring is from March through April and into May. And then from spring, we go to summer. Summer is the very sunny days. In summer, we have very bright weather. The weather is beautiful. There are sunny days. People go to the beach. People have different activities that they can do outdoor. They have a lot of outdoor activity because the sun is high up and the temperature is very warm. And summer runs from June through July and August. Now, right from summer, we are going into autumn or fall. Some people call it fall, some call it autumn. So, whichever works for you. And autumn runs from September into October and November. Now, in autumn, all the beautiful leaves are falling, they are turning brown and different colors. And people like autumn because the leaves turn different colors. But in summer, it's all green everywhere. But in summer, you see the beautiful leaves turning different colors as they fall to the ground. And that is a beautiful, cozy time as well. But then the weather is becoming more chilly. And then the season changes to winter from summer, winter from autumn. So the leaves are falling, and then we have very chilly weather, and then we have snow in December. So winter usually starts from December. Of course, these are not stark times. These are not like specific time that winter or summer or spring or autumn has to start specifically in December. But these are approximate times, like around about this time. That is when these seasons fall. So you can just get to know them and use them to express what you're doing and use them to express seasons in which you do certain things. These will help you understand the culture within which English language is set a little better and help you to express yourself in the English language. Great job. Now I want you to head over to the folder, the resource folder, and download the questions and answer them by yourselves. And after you're done answering the questions, I want you to also download the answers and compare your answers and check where you need to improve on. And I hope that this lesson was a help to you. Remember to keep practicing, use the knowledge that you have gained in this lesson in your language speaking, and enrich your conversations. I'll see you in the next lesson. Bye. Welcome to today's lesson. In today's lesson, we will continue learning some basic English vocabulary. Let's do a quick recap of the last lesson that we had. You remember we talked about words that help you to talk about activity like bake, play, whisk, enjoy, words that help you talk about time, overnight, yesterday, February, and words that help you talk about things in particular and then also describe things. We did look at around the clock. We looked at the days of the week. We looked at the months of the year, and when we looked at the seasons of the year. So I hope that you have been practicing. Today, let's look at words that help us when we meet people. What are the words that we can use? What are the phrases that we can use? Also, we would be looking at words that help you to introduce yourself when you meet people. These are called greeting words, and then words that help you when you are leaving people. Let's get right into it. So, here are some basic words and phrases for meeting and greeting people. When you meet somebody, these are words that you can use. You can say hi, hello. You can say, if it's in the morning, you can say good morning, or good afternoon, or good evening. You can introduce yourself and say, my name is Judith. So I'm just going to say, hi or hello. My name is Judith. What is your name? Or you say, what's your name? So this is a simple way of meeting somebody. Hi, hello, my name is Judith. What's your name? And you can also continue the conversation and say, nice to meet you, or pleased to meet you. So you can say, hi, my name is Judith. What's your name? When the person responds, you can say, nice to meet you. If you also want to find out how the person is doing, you just want to extend the conversation a little bit more and find out what is happening in a person's life or how that person's doing, you can just say, or you can ask, how do you do? And this is very peculiar way of asking how someone is doing, because the response to this question is, how do you do? Is a very formal way of asking how someone is doing. So whenever you hear someone ask you, how do you do? You should also answer, how do you do? Okay, you can also ask, how are you? How are you? How are you? You can answer, based on however you're feeling, you can answer, I'm fine, thanks. You? I'm fine, thanks. And you? When you want to proceed with a conversation and you want to get to know the person a little bit better, you want to know where the person is from, what the person does, what work the person does, you can extend the conversation if the person is willing, and you can say, I'm from, and then you mention the country that you're from. I'm from Norway, I'm from UK, I'm from US, I'm from Tennessee, I'm from China, I'm from Brazil, wherever you're from. And then you ask the person, where are you from? Or if you want to know what the person does, you can start by saying, I'm a doctor, I'm a teacher, I'm a nurse, I'm a cleaner. What do you do? Okay, so this is a great way to meet and greet people. Great. Let's move on. So these are also words that you can use. Yes, yeah, if you want to be more casual. Okay, if the person says something, you can nod if you agree or you want to affirm what the person is saying. You can say, okay. If you do not agree, you can simply say no. Or if you're unsure about something, you can say perhaps or maybe. If you want to be more polite in your speech, you can say please. You can say, may I have this, please? Or please, can you take that for me? Or please, can you help me with this or that? And if you want to be polite and show appreciation for what someone has said, what someone has done, you can say thank you, or you can just simply say thanks, thank you, or thanks. And if somebody says thank you, you can respond and say no problem, or you're welcome, or anytime. So somebody does something and then or somebody does something nice for you, somebody brings you a cup of coffee, a cup of water, or somebody helps you with something, you can say thank you. And the person would probably respond, no problem, anytime, or you're welcome. And then if you want to apologize, a simple way of saying that is sorry, I'm sorry. And then if you're okay with it, you can say, that's okay, or don't worry about it. So if somebody says, I'm sorry, you can say, that's okay, or don't worry about it. And if you're in a circumstance where you want to maybe you need more space to do something, or you're calling someone that whose name you do not know, you can just say, excuse me, please, excuse me. Or if you want the person to give you way so you can go where you're going, and the person is sort of blocking the path where you're going, you can just say, excuse me, please. Yeah, great. So this is just a chart showing you more examples of phrases and words that you can use. Let's just go through some of them. So let's look at the middle section. In the middle section, you want to leave, but then we'll do that in the next slide. Let's look at the first section. Yeah, so you can say hello, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, how are you? I'm fine, thank you. How about you? Not so bad. Nice to meet you, or nice to see you. You too. If you want to ask how the person is doing, you can say, if you look at the bottom of the first section, you can say, are you all right? Saying, yeah. And how is it going? How are things? How are you doing? How you doing? Good to see you again. What's new? What's happening? What have you been up to? What are you up to at the moment? These are all ways to meet someone and introduce yourself and get to know the person and get to know what is happening in the person's life a little bit better. And now let's look at what you say when you want to leave the person. If you're standing and chatting with someone, or sitting and chatting with someone, or you visited someone and then you want to leave the conversation or leave the person's presence, you can say, okay, goodbye, or you can say good night if it's nighttime, or just night, or you can say bye, or you can say bye for now, or you can say bye bye. You can say see you later, or see you soon, or see you then. You can say have a good day, or you can simply say good afternoon, or good evening, or good night. Or you can also say take care. You can say I have to go, goodbye, I have to go, I'd better go. It was great seeing you. See you again. Let's get together again soon. Or you can say cheers, as those in the UK would usually say. Yes. So great. So that is for leaving people. So let's do a quick recap. Today we have learned some basic words and phrases for meeting, greeting, and leaving people, so that you can introduce yourself to others using these basic words and phrases. And I want you to learn some of them, not all of them, but then a few of the ones that we have discussed in this lesson, and then use them in your conversations when you meet people. Now, I want you to go over to the resource folder attached to this lesson and do the exercises related to this lesson before you continue. I'm proud of you. I'm proud of your progress so far. Remember, practice makes perfect. See you in the next lesson. Bye.
Hello and welcome to part 2 of our English course for beginners. In this part, we will be diving into the heart of the English language. It's grammar. Now, I know it can sound a bit intimidating, but it is going to be a fascinating journey as we learn the foundation and the structure of the language, because this is very important. So we are going to start off with nouns and pronouns, which are the building blocks for every sentence. And then we will continue with verbs and tenses that help you to express actions and state of beings in different times. And then we will continue with adjectives and adverbs that add color and depth to your sentences and your speech. And then we'll wrap up the part with knowledge on basic sentence structure. I want you to come with an open mind and enjoy this learning progress. Take one part, one lesson at a time, and I assure you that you're going to make progress more than you ever thought. I want to see your progress. I am eager to see how you build confidence in speaking English. Let's go.
Hello and welcome to our beginner course for English learners. Today we will be focusing on nouns. We are shifting the gear to grammar. Today we will define what nouns are and differentiate between common and proper nouns. So let's get right into it. Do you know what a noun is? Have you ever heard what a noun is? Well, a noun is a word that represents a person, a place, a thing, or an idea. So let's look at examples of all these types of nouns or these things that nouns are. So a noun is a word that represents, first of all, a person. So when you hear words like mother, teacher, doctor, or Jason, these are all words that represent a person and they are called nouns. Nouns are also words that represent places. So word like city, school, park, Africa. These are all words that represent a place. Nouns are also words that represent things. So words like car, book, phone, truck, they are all nouns. And nouns are words that also represent ideas or emotions. So words like love, peace, happiness, honesty, these are all nouns. Now let's take a look at the basic types of nouns. There are two basic types of nouns, what we call common nouns or proper nouns. Now, common nouns are usually general names for people, places, things, and idea. Take note of the word general. Yeah, general names. They refer to general names for people, places, and things. However, proper nouns are nouns that are specific names for people, places, and things. So proper nouns are general, common nouns are general, and proper nouns are specific. Let's take a look at some examples of common nouns. General names: girl, city, book, love. Let's look at proper nouns. These are specific names. So we will look at the common noun, that is the general name, and then we will compare it to the proper noun. So a general name for females is what? A general name for females is girl. But a specific name for one person is what? Maybe Mary, maybe Josephine, maybe Judith, maybe Karis, maybe Kirsten. These are proper nouns because they refer to someone specific. How about places? A general name for a place could be a city. How about a specific name or a specific city? That could be London, Edinburgh, Oslo, Stavanger, Tennessee, Tripoli, Addis Ababa. Yeah, so these are specific cities, names of specific cities. How about the general noun book? What is a specific book that you can think of? What name would you have for a specific book that you can think of? Maybe Harry Potter. Harry Potter? maybe Jenar. Yeah, so these are specific books, and so they are proper nouns. Now, one general idea that you can have or emotion that you can have is what? Love. That is a general feeling. That is a general emotion. That is a general idea. Maybe anger, love, anger, stress. These are all common nouns. But when you have a specific idea, a specific name of an idea, then Valentine's Day is proper noun. Now, let's look at some more examples so that you can have a lot of examples in your knowledge bank. So let's look at some more examples of common nouns. So common nouns, you can have words like man, woman, child, people, judge, cop, that is a policeman, criminal, a butcher, a baker, a king, queen, neighbor, friend, enemy, person, stranger. Let's look at common nouns for places: city, town, country, province, state, outside, upstairs, basement, islands, beaches, continent, hallways, lobby, rooms, alleys, campsites, etc. So these are, general places. It could be anywhere. It could be any city, it could be any country, it could be any continent, it could be anybody's lobby or hallway. Common nouns that refers to things. More examples. Let's look at guitar. It could be anybody's guitar. Paper, perfume. It could be any perfume. Snow, dirt, drums, apples, oranges, rain, ice, fire, cars, trucks, knees, elbows, food, water, sky, stars, day, weeks, months, years, etc. So these are things, and it could be any of them. And then let's look at some common ideas. Common ideas: happy, sadness, confidence, independence, fear, courage, questions, answers, government, chaos, hunger, anger, confusion, doubt, loneliness, friendship, arts, language. So we have looked at a ton of common nouns, okay? Great. At this point, I'd like you to take a pause the lesson, take a short break. You can come back at any time because we have already looked at the two common nouns that we have, and you can come back, then we can continue. See you. So let's do a quick recap. Today we have looked at nouns, and we have looked at the two main types of nouns that we have. The two basic types of nouns that we have are common nouns and proper nouns. We have said that common nouns are nouns that refer to general things, general places, general people, and general ideas. However, on the other hand, proper nouns are nouns that refer to specific names for people, places, and things. Great. Now I want you to head over to the resource folder and answer the questions on nouns. And after you have answered, I want you to also download the answer file and compare your answers so that you can practice what you have learned in this lesson. Good work for staying till the end of this lesson. If you did not understand anything, go through the lesson one more time at your own pace. Remember, practice makes perfect. I'll see you in the next lesson. Happy learning. Hello and welcome to today's lesson. Today we are going to have a lesson about pronouns. You might be wondering, what are pronouns? Well, I'm glad you asked. Let's dive right in. By the end of this lesson, you will be able to define or identify pronouns and differentiate between them and then use them in your language. Now, First of all, a pronoun is a word we use instead of a noun. In our previous lesson, we learned what a noun is, and we said that a noun is a word that represents a place, a thing, or a person, or an idea. Now, a pronoun is a word that we use instead of a noun or a noun phrase. And pronouns help us to avoid repetition in speech and in writing. Let's take an example. Now, look at this first sentence. It reads, Mary said, Mary lost Mary's keys. By the end of this lesson, by the end of this sentence, you would be tired of hearing Mary, Mary, Mary. So, what do we do about that? We can replace some of Mary's with a pronoun. So let's look at the second sentence. It reads, Mary said she lost her keys. Mary said she lost her keys. So both she and her are pronouns and they all refer to Mary. Now, pronouns can be classified into several categories based on their use. So, based on what you're using the pronouns for, we have personal pronouns, possessive pronouns, reflexive pronouns, demonstrative pronouns, interrogative pronouns, relative pronouns, definite, indefinite pronouns, reciprocal pronouns. Okay. But don't worry, we are going to break down these categories one after the other. Let's start with personal pronouns. Now, personal pronouns are the most common ones that you might already know. They are I, we, you, he, she, it, we, and they. So I'm sure that you already know these pronouns, and they are called personal pronouns. So, personal pronouns can be subjective. That means they are used as a subject in a sentence, or they can be objective, which means they can be used as the object in a sentence. For example, I like apples. I like apples. Apples are liked by me. Now, both I and me are referring to the same person. It's talking about me. However, in the first example, in the first sentence, I like apples, it is using the subjective form of the pronouns, which is I. And in the second one, it is using the objective pronouns, which is me. So you can't say, me like apples, even though they both refer to me. We have I, which usually starts the sentence, and then me, which usually ends the sentence. Next, let's look at possessive pronouns. These pronouns show ownership. They show ownership. They show that somebody owns something. So they include my, your, his, her, its, our, and their. If you want to show who owns what, you can use any of these pronouns. For example, let's look at a sentence. That is her book. That is her book. So you are showing that the book belongs to that girl or that lady. So that is her book. Now let's look at reflexive pronouns. Reflexive pronouns are used when the subject and the object of a sentence are the same. So reflexive pronouns include myself, yourself, himself, herself, itself, ourself, yourselves, and themselves. Let's take an example. She bought herself shoes. So she did not buy the shoes for someone else, or someone else did not buy the shoes for her. She bought herself shoes. You can say, I bought myself shoes. You bought yourself shoes. He bought himself shoes. It bought itself shoes. Or, you know, we bought ourselves shoes. Or they bought themselves shoes. Excellent. Moving on to demonstrative pronouns. Now, these are pronouns that point to specific things. These pronouns include this, that, these, and those. Let's look at an example. This is my favorite movie. Now, when you use this or these, you are referring to something that is very close to you, something that is not very far from you. You can point to, and it is close. So you are referring to this. So this is my favorite movie, or these are my shoes. We can all see what you're pointing to. But when you say that or those, you're referring to something that is a little bit far from you, something that you have. There is distance between you and what you're referring to. You can point to something that is a little bit far from you and say, that is the mountain, or that is the tree, or that is the house. So that is not close to you. So these are reflexive pronouns. Great. So at this point, we've talked for a while, and so I'd like you to take a break. You can pause the lesson, come back to it another time, and refresh your memory, and then we can continue. Or you can just stretch your legs, drink a glass of water, take a minute or two, and then we can continue. So going on with the lesson. Now we want to talk about interrogative pronouns. What are interrogative pronouns? These are pronouns that are used to ask questions. So they include who, whom, which, what, and the compound forms are whoever, whomever, whichever, and whatever. So when you want to ask a question with pronouns, you use these ones. So let's look at an example. Who is going to the party? Or whose book is this? Or whose shoes are these? Or which one do you like? Or whoever told you that? So these are pronouns that we use in asking questions. Now let's look at relative pronouns. Relative pronouns are used to link phrases or clauses. Relative pronouns are who, whom, whose, which, and that. So, for example, I know that woman, but you don't want to end there. You want to add something to describe the woman that you know. So you say, I know that woman who won the lottery. Or I know that child whose mother came here last week. I know that man who lost his wife a week ago. I know that cat that lives over there. So these are relative pronouns that are used to link phrases. So you know the woman and then the woman who won the lottery. So it's the same person. So you want to link those two phrases together with the relative pronoun who. Now, this is indefinite pronouns. Indefinite pronouns, they do not refer to something specific or someone specific. They So these relative pronouns do not refer to someone specific or something specific, or and a specific amount, a specific person. So they include words like all, another, any, anyone, anything, each, everybody, everyone, everything, few, many, nobody, none, one, several, some, somebody, and someone. Great. Let's take an example. An example is someone left this at the door. Someone. It could be anybody. We don't know who did. So we say someone. Another example could be all the girls must come to the dormitory. So these are indefinite pronouns because it is not referring to someone or something specific. The last one that we will look at is reciprocal pronouns. These are used when two or more people are carrying out an action of some kind, and that action is being done to each other, the other person. So in English, we have two reciprocal pronouns. We have each other and one another. For example, the brothers love each other. The brothers love each other. Great job. So let's do a quick recap. We have said that pronouns are useful words that help us to avoid repetition in our speech or writing. We've covered 8 types of pronouns today. It's been a long lesson, but I'm glad you stayed through. So we talked about personal, possessive, reflexive, demonstrative, interrogative, relative, indefinite, and reciprocal. Each of these types has a specific use and place in a sentence, and it's important to use them correctly. I want you to keep practicing with these types of pronouns, and you'll soon get a hang of it. The more you practice, the better you will understand when and how to use them correctly. So I want you to run over to the resource folder as we usually do and download the questions and answer them by yourself. Then download the answer file and compare your answers and check them. Great job for staying till the end of the lesson. Thank you for your attention and have a great day. See you in the next lesson. Hello and welcome to today's lesson. Today we are going to learn about verbs. Can you guess what a verb is? Good effort brainstorming, right? Let's jump right in. Today you will be able to define or understand the concept of verbs, and then you will also understand and identify the different types of verbs that are in English language. Now, what is a verb? A verb is a word that expresses an action, an occurrence, or a state of being. It's like the heart of a sentence. Without it, a sentence won't be complete or meaningful. We have several types of verbs in the English language, but today we will cover the basic types that are action verbs, linking verbs, and helping verbs. First, let's look at action verbs. Now, what are action verbs? These are verbs that show what action is being performed by the subject. For example, John eats an apple. What action is John performing? Eating. Good. So, eats is the verb of this sentence, and eat is an action verb. Now, action verbs can be further divided into transitive and intransitive verbs. A transitive verb is an action verb that has an object. So, a transitive verb needs an object to connect to it. A transitive verb cannot stand on its own. So let's look at this example. I love ice cream. So what is the verb in this sentence? Love. Love is the verb in this sentence. And love cannot stand alone. So I cannot just say, I love. The question then will be, I love what? Or I love who? So ice cream completes the sentence by attaching itself to the verb. The verb love is calling for an object, which is ice cream. So love is a transitive verb. An intransitive verb, on the other hand, is an action verb that does not require an object. For example, the baby sleeps. And this makes perfect sense. The baby sleeps. You don't have to necessarily attach anything to the verb. The verb sleeps is not calling for any objects necessarily. So that is an intransitive verb. Next, we have linking verbs. These verbs do not require action. Instead, they connect the subject of the verb to additional information about the subject. So when you look at these examples of linking verbs that we have, is, are, was, were, seem, appear, become, and feel. These verbs are not performing any action. Their role in the sentence is to link the subject of that sentence to some information in the sentence. Let's take a look at some examples. John is a doctor. What is the verb in this sentence? Is performing any action? Not necessarily. There is no action being performed. But is connecting John, who is the subject, to information, which is what? Doctor. So because is present in the sentence, we get to know the profession of John. Let's look at another example. Jared seems happy today. What is the verb here? Seems. Seems is a linking verb. It links Jared to the emotion of happy. So it gives us some information about Jared. One last example. A toad becomes a frog. So what is the verb here? Becomes. So the linking verb becomes connects a toad to what it develops into, which is a frog. Great. Finally, we have helping verbs, also known as auxiliary verbs. Now, these verbs help the main verb in a sentence by extending its meaning. So they include be, do, have, can, could, may, might, shall, should, will, would, must, and other ones. So these verbs do not have an action in themselves. They are not performing any action. They are not showing any action being performed. However, they are extending the meaning of whatever verb they join themselves to. So look at this example. She can swim. So what is the verb in this sentence? Swim. Yes. So swim is the main verb of the sentence, but there is another verb, can. And can has attached itself to swim to extend its meaning, right? Yeah. It is showing the ability of this girl, that the girl has the ability to swim. Let's look at another example. She does sing beautifully. Means that we are affirming that she can sing beautifully. Another example is Edwin might win the game and we should leave soon. So these main verbs, sing, win, and leave, are attaching themselves to helping verbs. Great. Lastly, we also have verb forms that show whether the action is being done, the subject, or the action is focusing on the object, right? So these are called active voice and passive voice. So a verb can either be passive, can be in the passive voice, or be in the passive in the active voice. What do we mean when we say that a verb is in the active voice? This means that the subject performs the action. In other words, the performer of the action is the subject, is in the subject position. And this is the usual way that we know. For example, I washed the car. What is the verb? The verb is washed. And what is the subject? I. So I washed the car, and the subject is in the subject position of the sentence. So we say that the verb is in the active voice. However, in the passive voice, the object is the focus of the action. Even though the object is not the one performing the action, it is the focus of the sentence, and the performer of the action is rather in the object position, so to speak. Let's look at an example. The car was washed by me. So in the previous slide, we had I washed the car. So the focus was on the subject performing the action. But in this one, it says the car, which is the object, is now in the subject position. So the car was washed by me. So we are more interested in what was done to the car. So that is what we call active voice and passive voice. Great, so let's sum up today's lesson. We have learned that verbs are words that express action, occurrence, or a state of being. We've looked at some action verbs, linking verbs, and helping verbs today. We've also briefly touched on verbs, voices. So we've touched on active voice and passive voice. I want you to know that verbs are crucial, so important to sentence structure and meaning. So try and practice using different verbs in your speech and writing. The more you use them, the better you will understand them. Now head over to the resource folder attached to this lesson and download the questions and answer them by yourself. And then after that, download the answer file and compare your answers and check them so that you can learn and incorporate what we have learned in this lesson in your speech and writing. That's it for today's lesson on verbs. Thank you for listening attentively. If you did not understand anything, go through the lesson one more time at your own pace and see you in the next lesson. Happy learning! Hello and welcome to today's lesson. Today we are going to delve into the concept of tenses. So let's jump right in. By the end of the lesson, you should have a clear understanding of what verb tenses are, why they are important, and how they help in expressing time. You also will be able to identify and use the basic forms of tenses. Also, I hope that you'll be able to apply the knowledge that you have learned to real life examples. So, what are tenses and what do they do? Tenses help us understand when an action happens. Is it happening now? Did it happen in the past? Or will it happen in the future? English has three main tenses, that is the past, the present, and the future. We will start with the present tense. The present tense tells us about actions that are happening right now or habits and facts that are generally true. For example, I eat an apple every day, or birds fly. It is a fact or it is a habit if you eat apples every day. That is your habit. And so we use the present tense to express this habit. Also, we use the present tense to express fact about the world, like the world is a sphere or the earth is a sphere. These are facts and they are expressed in the present tense. They always are what they are. It is not something that has passed or something that is going to happen. It is present and always present. There are four types of present tense. We have simple present, present continuous, present perfect, and present perfect continuous. Today, let's focus on the very first two, starting with simple present. Now, simple present tense shows habits. It also helps us to express facts and general truths. For example, I walk to school every day. Now, this is something that you do every day. Now, think of something that you do every day. What do you do every day? Do you drink water every day? Then you can say, I drink water every day. Or you even want to add some more details. I drink 8 glasses of water every day. Now, this is a habit that you do. And what can help you express it is the simple present tense. Now let's look at the present continuous tense. This tense of verb helps us to describe an action happening at the moment of speaking. So whilst you're speaking, if the action is happening whilst you're speaking, then we use the present continuous. Continuous meaning that the action is ongoing. For example, I am walking to school right now. I am walking to school right now. So imagine what you're doing right now. You are listening to this English course right now, or you are learning right now. What else are you doing at the moment? Can you think of any example? Maybe you are writing, so you can say, I am writing right now. What am I doing as your course instructor? I am teaching right now, or I am speaking right now. So, if you want to express an action that is happening whilst you are speaking about it, or at the moment that you're speaking, then you use the present continuous. Okay, so we've had some minutes of this lesson. I want you to take a short break, 2 to 3 minutes, drink a glass of water, stretch your legs, and we will come back and continue. Welcome back. Now let's look at the past tense. What do the past tense in verbs help us to do? The past tense tells us about actions that have happened before the current time. So this current time, imagine this time that you and I are here. You are here and I'm teaching. What are some of the things that happened before now? You can think of the immediate example that we had. You just went on a break. So you took a break and it is past. So we use the past tense to express actions that have already happened. For example, yesterday I ate an apple. Yesterday I ate an apple. There are 4 types of past tense in the English language, and they are the simple past, the past continuous, the past perfect, and the past perfect continuous. Today, we will look at simple past and past continuous. Now, the simple past tense is used for actions that were completed at a specific time in the past. Okay, so when you're using the simple past, you need to ensure or you need to take notes that the action that you are talking about happened at a specific time in the past. So, for example, the example that I expressed earlier, you took a break. You took a 2 minutes break earlier. So I need to add when the action took place. For example, you took 2 minutes break 3 minutes ago. Okay, let's look at this example. I walked to school yesterday. So when you add words like yesterday or 2 days ago or last month or last year, then we know that the action completed at that specific time. So I want you to think of anything that you have completed, an action that you have already completed, and when you completed it. Okay. Now let's look at past continuous tense. This tense is used for actions that were in progress at a certain point in time. Okay? So something that has already passed, however, when it happened, it was happening continuously, just that it is no more happening at the current moment. Let's take a look at an example, then that will make it clear. I was walking to school at 8 p.m., at 8 o'clock yesterday. Let's take that again. I was walking to school at 8 o'clock yesterday. So you would realize that this tense usually has two verb parts. It has the helping verb and then it has the main verb, which is expressed in the continuous form. So I was walking, was walking. So it has past, however, in the past, it was a continuous action. So I was walking. They were dancing. They were chatting. We were laughing. Okay, great. Lastly, let's talk about the future tense. The future tense tells us about actions that will happen after the current time. So if you can imagine this very time that you're sitting here listening to this lesson, can you think of anything that will happen after you are done with this lesson? Maybe you will go and eat. Maybe you will go back to work. Maybe you will continue something that you stopped in order to pay attention to this lesson. Great. So let's look at an example. Tomorrow I will eat an apple. Tomorrow I will eat an apple. So the action of eating has not happened yet. It is going to happen when? Tomorrow. Great. So there are 4 types of future tense in the English language. We have the simple future, we have the future continuous, the future perfect, and the future perfect. So today we will focus on simple future, just the simple future. Okay. So what do the simple future do? Just like I said in the previous slide, they are used for actions that will occur at a specific time in the future. You remember the simple past. The simple past is used for actions that happen at a specific time in the past. Now, the flip side of it for the future is that the simple future tense is used to express actions that will happen at a specific time in the future. So let's look at the example that we read earlier. I will walk to school tomorrow. I will walk to school tomorrow. So when is the action going to happen? Tomorrow. It hasn't happened yet. And what is that action? Walk. So I will walk. So will is a helping verb that helps to express the past. So the verb phrase here is will walk. Will walk. Great. So let's sum up the lesson for today. In summary, tenses are used to indicate when an action happens. We have 3 main tenses: present, past, and future. each with four aspects: simple, continuous, perfect, and perfect continuous. Today, we have introduced the basic aspects of each of these tenses. And so I encourage you to practice these verb tenses that we have gone through today as you speak and as you write. Well done. So right now I want you to open the attachment and download the files in the resource folder that is attached to this lesson. Answer the questions by yourself and then download the other file, which is the answers, and check your answers and compare them and see where you have to improve or where you have to pay more attention. Good work. Remember to revise and practice what we've learned today. That's it for today on the lesson on tenses. Thank you for listening attentively. Remember, if you do not understand anything, go through the lesson one more time at your own pace and revise what we did. See you in the next lesson. Happy learning. Hello and welcome. Today we are going to explore a fascinating part of speech, that is adjectives. If you're ready, I'm ready. Let's dive right into it. By the end of the lesson, you should have a clear understanding of what adjectives are and why they are important and how they help in describing and giving details. You should also identify and use the forms of adjectives and basically apply this knowledge to real life examples. So, what are adjectives? Adjectives are the color, the emotion, and the detail in our language. They describe or modify other words, primarily nouns, in a sentence. So, if you want to give more information about a noun in a sentence, you are most likely to use adjectives. For example, in this phrase or in the sentence, she wore a beautiful long dress. The words beautiful and long are both adjectives because they describe or they give more information or more details about the dress. And what part of speech is the dress? Dress is a noun. So, like I said earlier, that adjectives give more information about the nouns in the sentence. Now, adjectives come in many varieties. Some adjectives express emotions or feelings, and examples of such adjectives are joyful, angry, excited, bored, interested, embarrassed. These are adjectives that help us talk about our emotions or our feelings. Other adjectives indicate sizes, quantities, or number, and such adjectives include tiny, huge, numerous, few, second. So these are adjectives that help you when you want to talk about the size of a noun, the quality of it, the size of a noun, or the quantity of a noun, or the number of a noun, the number of people, the number of things. These adjectives help us to do that. There are also other adjectives that reveal the qualities or characteristics of something or someone. Such adjectives include kind, humorous. If you want to say somebody is funny, this is an adjective to use. Humorous, brave, strong, meticulous, careful, careless. Okay, so these are adjectives that help us to describe somebody's or something's quality or characteristics. Now, where do we place adjectives in a sentence? Mostly adjectives in English language are positioned before the noun they describe. So, for example, we have sweet mango, not mango sweet. This is the usual positioning of an adjective when it comes before the noun that it is describing. However, some adjectives are quite versatile. You can use, you can, they appear after the verb. They appear after the verb. So we have this example. The flowers smell sweet. Now, what is the adjective in the sentence? Sweet. And they are describing the flowers, yes. However, they are describing how the flowers smell. And that is why they are coming after the verb. If you remember in our lesson on verbs, if you don't, then you can go back and revisit that lesson. We talked about some verbs that admit adjectives and complements, if you remember, because these adjectives are trying to describe the manner of something or the quality of something. So, smell is such an adjective, it's such a verb that admits the adjective sweet. Now, I want to say that it is important to use commas to separate adjectives if you use more than one in a sentence. If you use more than one in adjective in a sentence, you have to use a comma. So when we looked at this example, she wore a beautiful long dress. You realize that beautiful has an adjective, has a comma that comes after it because we have another adjective coming along. Great. So, adjectives also help us to make comparisons. Okay. So, if you want to compare one thing to the other, adjectives help us to do that, right? And if you want to compare even three things, a person to another person, a quality of a person to another person, the degree, the quantity, adjectives give us the opportunity to do that. Now, for most adjectives, we have three forms. The positive, and the positive is usually the base form of the adjective, you would say, because this is the form that you use when you're not making a comparison, when you're just describing a noun. Like we looked at the example, she wore a beautiful long dress. So if we just want to describe this dress, we are just going to use the adjectives in their base form, right? However, if you want to compare two things, then you can use two or more things, then you can use the comparative or the superlative adjectives. Let's just look at some of these examples, then it will become clearer. So we have cold, colder, coldest. We have deep, deeper, deepest. We have bright, brighter, and brightest. We have full, fuller, and fullest. So we did say that the positive form is used when you're not comparing something, when you're just describing a noun. However, the comparative form is used when you're comparing two things. For example, winter is colder than autumn. So if you have two things at hand, if you have two nouns and you want to compare them, then you can use the comparative form of whatever adjective you're choosing. For example, you can say, this athlete is faster than that athlete. Or this building is taller than that building. Okay, so the superlative form, when you're comparing more than two things, then you use the superlative form of the adjective. For example, among spring, autumn, and winter, winter is the coldest. So, how many nouns do we have in this sentence? We have spring, autumn, and winter. Three nouns. So, we are comparing these three nouns and we are saying that winter is the coldest because that it could be that spring is a little cold, autumn is also a little cold, but among these three, winter is the coldest. So, like the example I gave earlier, you can say if you have a couple of athletes who are running a race, you can say this athlete is the fastest amongst all the athletes. Okay. However, you have to watch out for adjectives with irregular forms, okay? They look quite different than the adjectives that we saw earlier. These adjectives are the regular forms when you add only er to the comparative form to get the comparative form, or you add est to get the superlative form of the adjective. However, these irregular ones, they have no pattern at all. So you just have to commit them to memory. Let's look at a few examples. Bad, worse, and worst. So if you have something that is bad, if you have two things that are both bad, but you want to say that one is more than the other, then you can say this dress looks bad, looks worse than the other dress. So that is great. Or if you want to describe more than two things, then you use worst. Other examples are good, better, and best. Little, less, and least. Much or many, and much. Much, many, more, and much. And then we have farther when something is far, and then we have farthest or furthest. Great. So at this point, we have been at this lesson for quite a while. So I want you to take a couple of minutes, stretch your legs, drink a glass of water, and we will continue when you get back. Welcome back. So we want to continue with what we call compound adjectives. Now, these adjectives are made up of two or more words, okay? Two or more adjectives, and they are connected with a hyphen. Let's look at some examples. A well-dressed gentleman. So what is the noun in the sentence? Gentleman. And how is the gentleman described? He's described as a well-dressed gentleman. So the adjective is well-dressed. Okay, so you have well and dressed that are connected with a hyphen, and it becomes an adjective for this now. You have to realize that this adjective here is not, you cannot say that there are two adjectives. It is one adjective, but it is called a compound adjective made up of two words. Okay. Another example is an ice cold drink. So we want to say that the drink is ice cold. This means that the drink is extremely cold. It's colder than the usual cold drinks. So an ice cold drink. Another one is a 10-year-old child. Okay? A 10-year-old child. And you would even realize how the pace I use when I am mentioning this adjective, this compound adjective, a 10-year-old. I'm not saying a 10-year-old child. I'm saying a 10-year-old, as if it's one word, so to speak. So these adjectives are called compound adjectives. The hyphen helps to clarify that the words are functioning together. Okay, they are helping us to see that, okay, they are not separate words, but they are functioning together as a single descriptive unit. Great. Let's take a look at some more examples of these compound adjectives. Well known. Okay, well known. That means famous. That means famous. For example, she is a well-known author. That means she's a famous author. Blue-eyed. Blue-eyed. For example, he's a blue-eyed child. That means he has blue eyes. Full-time. Full-time. For example, she has a full-time job. She has a full-time job. That means she is not on a temporary contract. She is a permanent staff, or she has 100% position at the job. ice cold, we saw that earlier. That means it is colder than usual. For example, he handed me an ice cold soda. That means that the soda he handed me was extremely cold. Old fashioned, old fashioned. We say something is old fashioned when it is not in vogue. What is when it is not the new thing, it is an old thing, it is archaic. So my grandfather prefers old fashioned typewriters. English speaking. English speaking. We live in an English speaking country. So, an English speaking country is a country that has English as the native language of the people. Great. Now, here is an essential point to remember about adjectives. Unlike some other languages, adjectives in English do not change to agree with the noun or pronoun they are describing. Okay, there are so many languages that change the form of the adjectives so that they can agree with the nouns depending on the number of the noun or the gender of the noun. The adjectives change to agree with them, but that is not the case in English. Regardless of whether you're talking about one book or several books, the adjective remains the same. Okay, so if you say one book, it is just book. If you say several books, even though books changes to show you that it is plural, the adjective remains the same in the positive form. So you would say the interesting book and the interesting books. Okay, so the adjective interesting also stays the same. Now, when you include adjectives in your speech and writing, they can make your communication more vivid. They come alive, okay? They make it more expressive and more engaging. It really shows people, it brightens the mind when people listen to you. It makes it more exciting and more engaging. So, what do they do? I say that adjectives add color, they add size, they add emotion, and they add shape to our sentences. However, I should say that while adjectives can be a powerful tool, you should also remember that too many adjectives can clutter a sentence. And when it does that, it makes it harder to understand because the adjectives are so many, we can't keep track of what you're saying. Imagine if I said, she wore a beautiful long silk, antique embroidered dress. I'm like, okay, take a minute. That's a lot to take in, isn't it? Yes. So you have to use your adjectives wisely. As we wrap up today's lesson, I encourage you to practice using adjectives in your everyday communication when you're describing something. Okay, think about all its qualities that you could express, whilst also considering how many adjectives you want to use. Now, I want you to look at this picture. This is a dog, right? Well, is it just a dog? Do you want to say, I have a dog? Is that all you want to say? Or you want to add something to describe your dog? Okay, so here are a few examples of adjectives that I have chosen. Of course, you can come up with some other one if you're describing your dog, for instance. What would you say about this dog? Well, I can say, I have a fairy dog, or I have a fairy brown dog, a brown fairy dog, or I have a very playful dog. Okay, so I am choosing these two adjectives on the top. Or I can say, I have a very chubby dog. Okay, because it brightens the person's mind when the person hears me give some more information about the dog. Or I can say, I have a chubby wild dog. Okay, yeah. So you can look at this example, this picture, and the adjectives that I have provided, and then come up with your own sentence. Let's take another example. How about this cake? Right? Is it that the cake is simply good, or is it delicious? Is it moist? Is it chocolatey? Or is it all of it? Okay. So which of these adjectives would you like to use if you're describing this cake? How would you describe it? Would you say, "Oh, that is a good chocolatey cake," or "that is a moist chocolatey cake," or "that is a delicious chocolatey cake"? Okay, that is a good delicious cake. So do the same thing that you did in the previous slide and describe this cake using some of the adjectives that I have provided. So that concludes our lesson for today. Remember, learning is a continuous process and practice makes perfect. So keep practicing and try to use adjectives and the rich variety they offer to make your language more colorful and descriptive. So go over to the resource folder that is attached to this lesson and download the assessment, download the questions and answer them by yourself first. And then after that, you can download the answer sheet as well and then compare your answers when you have completed the assignment. Great. Good work for staying. It has been a long lesson. I hope you have learned a lot and you are improving your English language skills. If you did not understand anything, go through the lesson one more time at your own pace. I will see you in the next lesson. Hello there. Today, we're going to dive into a new part of speech that adds more flavor to our sentences. In our previous lesson, we talked about adjectives that helps to add color to our sentences. Today's part of speech also does a similar thing. Have you ever heard of adverbs? Well, if you have, that is a good starting point. If not, you're still in the right place to learn all about it because this is a beginner course. All right, let's get started. So, by the end of the lesson today, you should have a clear understanding of what adverbs are and why they are important. You will also understand the function and the types of adverbs and hopefully be able to apply this knowledge in your writing and speech. So, what are adverbs? In the simplest terms, adverbs are words that describe or modify verbs. So, you remember we said adjectives in the previous lesson describe or give more information about nouns. Adverbs, on the other hand, modify verbs, adjectives, or even other adverbs. So, that is quite an interesting part of speech. They can tell us about how, when, where, and what, and to what extent something happens. For example, in this sentence, she runs quickly. The word quickly is an adverb. And what does it do? It tells us how fast she runs. It tells us how she runs. Okay, so that's great. Now, most adverbs that you will see are formed by adding ly to an adjective. Okay, for example, quick. Quick is an adjective. So when you add ly to quick, then it becomes an adverb. Another example is happy. Happy is an adjective. When you add ly to this word, it becomes happily, and happily is an adverb. Let's take a look at some more examples. So we want to add this ly to as many adjectives that we can and then see what is the outcome. So we add ly to slow and then it becomes slowly. To careful, it becomes carefully. To quiet, it becomes quietly. To serious, it becomes seriously. To beautiful, it becomes beautifully. To sudden, it becomes suddenly. Let's look at some more. We add ly to accurate and it becomes accurately. To play, it becomes to playful, it becomes playfully. To honest, it becomes honestly. Anxious, anxiously. Generous, generously. Brave, bravely. Deliberate, deliberately. But I want you also to be careful because not all adverbs end in ly, and not all words that end in ly are adverbs. Let's look at this example. Fast. Fast is an adverb, okay? But it does not end in ly. Another example is friendly. Friendly L ends in ly, but it is not an adverb. Rather, it is an adjective. So while the ly rule can be very helpful, it's also important to understand the role a word is playing in a sentence. So don't just look at the spelling of a word, don't just look at the form of a word, also look at what the word is doing in the sentence, and that will help you identify whether it is an adjective or an adverb. Now let's look at some different types of adverbs. We have adverbs of manner, adverbs of place, adverbs of time. So let's start with adverbs of manner. These types of adverbs help to describe how something happens, how, the manner. For example, she smiled warmly. She smiled warmly. What is the action here? Smiled. And how does she smile? Warmly. Okay? So, warmly is the adverb because it is showing how she smiled. Let's look at another example. My father drives carefully. Remember, you have to look at what the word is doing in the sentence. So, carefully is the adverb. What is it doing? It is showing how my father drives. Okay, so it is describing the driving, how the driving is. Great. We also have adverbs of place, which describe where something happens. So adverbs of manner describe how something happens. Adverbs of place describe where something happens. So for example, in this sentence, he looked around. So where did he look? Around, right? So around is an adverb of place. Another example is they are traveling abroad. Where are they traveling? Abroad. So abroad is an adverb. And you would realize that around and abroad do not have ly ending. However, they are still adjectives because they are describing what? The verb in the sentence. Great. So let's look at some more of these types of adverbs of place. So we have here, we have there, we have everywhere, we have nearby, we have far, above, below, inside, outside, upstairs, downstairs, underneath, backwards, sideways. So all these are adverbs of place because they help to describe where something happens. Now let's look at adverbs of time. What do they help us to do? These help us to tell us when something happens. So adverbs of time, like their name go, help to describe when something happens. For example, she will arrive soon. What is the adverb in this sentence? Soon. Why? Because it is describing or it is telling when she will arrive, when the arrival is going to be. Another example is the train arrived early. The train arrived early. So when did the train arrive? Early. So early is an adverb of place. Let's look at some more examples of adverb of time. So we have today, tomorrow, yesterday, now, later, late, always, never, often, sometimes, frequently, rarely, daily. So these are all adverbs of time. So you can use any of these adverbs of time in an example such as this one. So let's take the adverb tomorrow and say, instead of saying she will arrive soon, we say she will arrive tomorrow, or she will arrive later, or she will arrive today. So these are all adverbs of time. Great. So that's all for today's lesson on adverb. We will continue our discussion on adverbs in the next lesson. So go right over to the folder that is attached to this lesson, download the questions and answer them by yourself, like I always say, and then download the answer sheet and then compare your answers when you have completed the exercises. That's all for today. You've done a fantastic job learning about adverbs. Keep practicing and remember, reading, writing, and speaking are all keys to mastering the use of adjectives. See you in the next lesson. Hello there. Welcome to today's lesson. Today we are continuing our discussion on adverbs. So by the end of the lesson, you should have a deeper understanding of the types of adverbs and learn how to apply this knowledge of adverbs in your writing and in your speech. We did say in our previous lesson that adverbs are words that describe or modify verbs, adjectives, and even other adverbs. They can tell us how, when, where, and to what extent something happens. For example, in the sentence, she runs quickly, the word quickly is an adverb because it tells us how she runs. We also spoke about these types of adverbs of place, of manner, and of time. We did say that adverbs of place tell us where an action takes place. We talked about adverbs of manner that tell us how an action happens, and then an adverbs of time that tell us when an action happens. So finally, we want to add this type of adverbs of degree. I hope you have heard the word degree before. It tells us the extent of something. For instance, if you hear 2 degrees, 3 degrees, 4 degrees, 50 degrees, 30 degrees, these are degrees of temperature, degrees Celsius, right? In a similar way, adverbs of degree tell us about the extent or intensity of an action, an adjective, or even another adverb. For instance, it is extremely cold today, right? You just don't want to say cold. You want to tell us how cold it is today. So when you add the adverb extremely, then we can get a sense of how cold it is. Another example is the buses nearly collided in the curve. So you don't just want to tell us that the buses collided. You don't want to just tell us the action that happens, but you want to tell us how it happens. So the buses nearly collided in the curve. That means they did not collide, but they almost collided. Let's look at some more examples of adverbs of degree. Very, quite, to, fairly, absolutely, completely, utterly, quite, really, terribly, remarkably, partially. So I would want you to take a dictionary and look out for these words, look up these words, these adverbs. And when you have found their meaning, it would be great if you can incorporate them, if you can use them in your speech and your writing, because when you practice using them, it becomes a part of you. Then you don't have to think too much when you are speaking or writing, it becomes more automatic. So we also have forms of adverbs. You remember when we were in our lesson on adjectives, we did say that you can have adjectives to compare. Just like that, you can also use adverbs to compare. So there are the positive form, the comparative form, and the superlative forms of adjectives. For example, the word quickly, the adverb quickly, the positive form is quickly, the comparative form is more quickly, the superlative form is most quickly. So I would want you to take a look at these examples of both regular and irregular forms of adjectives, because I want you to remember that just like adjectives, there are irregular adverbs where the form changes completely, right? Mostly you have more added to the comparative form of the adjective, and most added to the superlative form, but there are others that look quite different. So let's look at these ones. Examples of regular adjective: you have fast, more fast for the comparative form, and most fast for the superlative form. We have loudly, more loudly, most loudly. You have carefully, more carefully, most carefully. You have easily, more easily, most easily. Slowly, more slowly, and most slowly. Now let's look at these irregular forms. You have well. The comparative form of this adverb is better, best. So she did well, she did better than the others, she did best among all the others. We have badly, worse, and worst. We have much, more, and most. We have little, less, and least. Now we want to talk about the placement of adjectives in a sentence. It is important to know where to put an adjective when you are constructing a sentence. So usually adverbs come after the verbs they are modifying. Remember, adjectives usually come before the nouns they are qualifying. However, adverbs come after the verb they are modifying. So for example, she runs quickly. What is the adverb in the sentence? Quickly. So where do we place this adverb? It comes right after the verb runs. Okay. Also, we can have adverbs that come before the verb they modify. So look at this example. Hans nearly missed his flight. Hans nearly missed his flight. In this example, the adverb comes before the verb that it is qualifying. So adverbs are quite versatile in their placement. Adverbs can also come in the beginning of a sentence. So here we have, yesterday I went for a long walk in the park. Now I want you to take a look at this, because this is an exception to the rule, because this adverb is not coming before the verb. It is coming before the sentence even starts. It is at the beginning of the sentence. And this is an example of exception to the rule of adverbs coming before and after the verb. And this usually happens with adverbs of time and place. Okay? adverbs of time and place, they usually would come in the beginning of a sentence or at the end of a sentence. So let's look at these examples. Yesterday, I went for a long walk in the park. So the adverb is yesterday. Another example is nearby, there is a small cafe where we can grab a cup of coffee, right? So nearby is the adverb and it comes in the beginning of the sentence. And then we have early in the morning, the birds chirp outside my window. So early in the morning is an adverb that is coming in the beginning of the sentence. So that is an exception, and I want you to take note of that. Adverbs are versatile in where they can be placed. Right. So, one more important thing to note is that while adverbs add important details to our sentences, they should be used sparingly in your writing. By sparingly, I mean they should be used wisely and they shouldn't be used too much. You shouldn't pile and compound adjectives in your sentences if you want them to sound more natural. For example, she ran very quickly. She ran very quickly. She sprinted, right? So instead of just saying she ran very quickly, you just want to use a stronger verb, right? So there are times where you would want to use a verb that already has the meaning very quickly, already has the meaning of the adverb plus the verb that you want to use. So sprinted means very quickly. I hope you understand that. So, as we wrap up, remember that understanding adverbs is not just about identifying them in a sentence, but also about using them effectively in your own writing and speech. They are an essential part of our language that gives us the ability to provide additional detail and clarity to our sentences. So, I want you to think about how you can use adverbs of place, adverbs of time, adverbs of manner, and of degree in your speech and your writing to bring clarity and more details when you're speaking. Great. So now I want you to head over to the resource folder attached to this lesson. Download the questions that I have attached. They are useful for you to practice the lesson that we have had today. Answer the questions by yourself and then download the answers and check them. Compare your answers and see where you have to improve. That's all for today. You've done a fantastic job learning about adverbs. I want you to go on and keep practicing. Reading, writing, and speaking are all key to mastering the use of adverbs. Practice makes perfect. So continue doing just that. And I will see you in the next lesson. Happy learning. Hello and welcome to today's lesson. Today we'll be discussing an essential part of the English language, that is the basic sentence structure. Are you ready? Let's dive right in. By the end of this lesson, you will be able to identify and define the subject, the verb, and the object in a sentence. You should also be able to understand how these components work together to form the basic English sentence structure. Also, you will learn to differentiate between declarative, interrogative, and all the other sentence types. Also, you'll be able to learn about complex sentences and use independent and dependent clauses. First, let's define what a sentence is. A sentence is a group of words that expresses a complete thought. Let's take a look at this example. I love ice cream. Now, in this sentence, there is a subject, a verb, and an object. The subject is I, the verb is love, and the object is ice cream. Now, this whole structure expresses a complete thought, which is my love for ice cream. So this is an example of a basic sentence in English. Now, every sentence in English follows a basic structure. The structure includes subject, verb, and object in that order. So you see the diagram that I have, you have subject plus verb plus object. And this is a typical sentence structure, a basic sentence structure, often referred to as SVO sentence structure. Let's break this down further. Now, the components of the sentence, we did say that we have subject, verb, and object. Now, what is the subject of a sentence? The subject of a sentence is the person, the thing, or idea that is doing something or being something. Remember when we talked about verbs, we did talk about some verbs being doing verbs and being verbs. Okay, so the subject is the person or a thing or idea that is doing the action, that is performing the action, or being that quality or that state that is expressed. For example, in the sentence, John is reading a book. The subject here is John because he is the one performing, doing the action of what? Reading. Let's see some more examples. Cats chase mice. Now, what is the subject in this sentence? Cats, because they are doing the action of what? Chasing. John reads books. The subject is John. Maria studies Spanish. The subject is Maria. Great. Now let's talk about the verb. We've already talked about verbs in our previous lesson, and we said that the verb is the action or the state of being in the sentence. So in our example, John is reading a book. The verb is reading. Is reading. Remember, we talked about helping verbs. So is a helping verb that comes together with reading to express the present continuous tense of the verb read. Let's look at some more examples and try to identify the verbs in the sentence before I call them out. Okay, so the first one is I love pizza. So what's the verb in the sentence? Love. Great. The second one is the dog chased the ball. The verb is chased. Good work. Now let's talk about the third component of a basic sentence structure, that is the object. The object of a sentence is the person or the thing that is being affected by the action of the verb. Okay, so when you look at the sentence, look out for who or what is being affected, directly affected or by the verb. So let's take an example. John is reading a book. John is the one doing the reading. The book is what is being read. So the book is the object because it is the thing that is directly affected by the action. So let's go over some more examples. Try and identify the objects of these sentences that I have before I mention them, okay? So the teacher taught the lesson. What is the object here? The lesson. We visited the museum. The object here is the museum. Maria studies Spanish. Spanish is the object. Now, at this point, I'd like you to take a pause. We have been studying for a while. So take a break, drink a glass of water, stretch your legs, and then when you come back, we will continue. Welcome back. So, when we put these components together, that is the subject, the verb, and the object, we have a complete sentence. Okay, subject plus verb plus object, often abbreviated as SVO. But remember, not all sentences have an object. I know there are many exceptions to the language, but it is important that we take note of it. For example, I run. The subject here is what? Run. The subject is I, and the verb is run. Now, this is also expressing a complete thought. Okay? So take note of that. There are also sentences that include what we refer to as a complement instead of an object. So, what is a complement then? A complement is a word or group of words that give us information, more information about the subject or the object. For example, in the sentence, the cake smells delicious. Now, in this sentence, delicious is not an object per se, okay? It is a subject complement, okay? It is referring to how the cake smells. Great. So let's look at some examples of sentences that have complement instead of an object. My brother is a doctor. So the verb here is what is, and it is expressing what? Complement of the subject, which is a doctor, describing, giving more information about the subject. Another one, her food tastes delicious. Her food tastes delicious. So, delicious here, like the previous example that we saw, is also a subject complement. It is a complement. Another one, the weather became chilly. The weather became chilly. Chilly, again, is a complement, giving us more information about the weather. Now, apart from complements, we also have indirect objects. For example, in the sentence, John gave Mary a book. Okay, so we did say that objects are the thing or person that is affected by the action. In this sentence, we have two objects that are affected by the action of given, which is gave in this sentence. And one of them is called an indirect object because John gave a book, but to someone, okay? So the second object in the sentence is referred to as an indirect object. So book becomes the direct object. What did John give? A book. To who? Mary. Okay, so book is the direct object and Mary is the indirect object. Great. You've done amazing for staying through this lesson. And I want us to do a few exercises to practice identifying the subject, the verb, and the object. Remember, the important thing is not to cram everything in your head, but to practice them. And as you practice, you become better, you understand them clearly. I encourage you to write some sentences of your own using the different structures that we have talked about today. Writing is a fantastic way to reinforce what you have learned. So go over to the resource folder attached to this lesson, download the questions, answer all of them by yourself, and then download the answer sheet and compare your answers and see where you need to focus and improve upon. That's all for today. You've done an amazing job and for learning about sentence structure in the English language. We will continue this discussion on sentence structure in the next lesson. So keep practicing and I will see you. Happy learning. Hello there and welcome to today's lesson. Today we will continue our discussion on basic sentence structure in the English language. Let's dive right in. So by the end of today's lesson, you will be able to differentiate between the various types, the different types of sentences there are, and then recognize these sentence types and then construct different structures. So let's do a quick recap of what we did in the last lesson. We've understood that a sentence is a group of words that expresses a complete thought. So when we look at the sentence, I love ice cream, I is the subject, love is the verb, object is ice cream is the object, and this is a complete thought. If you utter this sentence, if you read out this sentence, nobody is going to ask you love what or who is doing the loving because there's a complete thought. And then we also mentioned that every sentence has a basic sentence structure. And this is the most basic structure that we have in the English language, which is called the SVO sentence structure. Even though we did look at other components that could replace the objects, which is the complement, the subject complement, and having an indirect object in addition to the direct object. But basically, we have this structure: subject plus verb plus object. Great. So today we are looking at the various sentence types. Now, sentences aren't just about subject, verb, and object. They are also about creating complete thoughts. For a sentence to be complete, it needs to have at least one independent clause. And what is that? An independent clause is a group of words that can stand alone as a sentence because it expresses a complete thought. It usually has a subject and a verb, and it does not depend on any other clause to make sense. If you remember in our previous lesson, we saw an example like I run. Now, this clause does not have an object. However, it expresses a complete thought, and so we call it an independent clause. It can stand on its own to make sense. For example, I am happy. Now, this is an independent clause. I am happy is an independent clause. However, because I ate ice cream is not an independent clause. Now, let's look at combining these two sentences. I am happy and because I ate ice cream. I am happy because I ate ice cream. You get a complex sentence that is a complete thought. You put two sentences or two clauses together. One is an independent clause because when you separate them, it still makes meaning, and one is not. Let's look at these examples of dependent clauses. She dances gracefully. Now, I want you to have in mind that in all these sentences that we are going to read out, imagine yourself trying to understand them. See if you need extra information to understand them or you understand them just as they are. She dances gracefully. The sun sets in the west. I enjoy reading books. They are planning a trip to Europe. The pizza smells delicious. Now, all these sentences can stand alone as a complete thought, having a subject and a verb, which is called a predicate, and being optional, which is object complement, which makes them independent clauses. They stand on their own and they make complete meaning. Now, another type of sentence that we have is called declarative sentences. Now, these are sentences that make statements. They just make statement. For example, the sky is blue. That is a declarative statement. You're saying something. You're declaring something that is. The sky is blue. Some other examples. Winter is the coldest season of the year. Paris is a beautiful city. They are what they are, it is what it is, and that is what declarative sentences do. Reading is my favorite hobby. I have two cats named Whiskers and Mittens. The Pacific Ocean is the largest ocean on Earth. So, we have talked about independent clauses and declarative sentences. It can be a lot, but I want you to take it one step at a time. So, take a break, and then when you come back, we will continue. Welcome back. So we want to move on with the other types of sentences that there are. We want to talk about interrogative sentences. Now, these are sentences that ask a question. Okay, so you can turn the declarative sentence into an interrogative sentence if you begin the sentence with the verb. So in the previous slide, we said the sky is blue. So let's begin the sentence with the verb. Is the sky blue? Is the sky blue? That is an interrogative question. It is asking a question. Let's look at other examples. Is this your jacket? Is this your jacket? Can you help me with this problem? What time does the movie start? Who is the author of this book? Now, each of these sentences is asking a question, which is characteristic of an interrogative sentence. They usually end with a question mark. Let's now look at imperative sentences. What are they? They are sentences that give an order. Okay, so for example, close the door. That is an imperative sentence. Let's look at other examples. Please close the door. Take out the trash. Remember to feed the cat. Be quiet during the movie. Help me with this heavy box, please. You would realize that each of these sentences is giving an order or making a request, which is characteristic of an imperative sentence. I want you to note that the subject usually is you because it is referring to the second person. And it is implied, okay? It is not usually added to the sentence. So, for instance, the first sentence that we have here, please close the door, I am actually saying, you, please close the door. But then we just leave out the you and then say the rest of the sentence. Now, let's look at exclamatory sentence. What are they? They are sentences that express strong emotion. For example, oh, what a beautiful sunset. Okay, so you exclaim, you make a strong statement, a statement of strong emotion. What a beautiful sunset. I can't believe you're moving. That roller coaster was so thrilling. How adorable is that puppy? How adorable that puppy is. Congratulations on your graduation. So these are sentences that are expressing strong emotions or surprise or sadness. They are strong emotions, and this is characteristic of exclamatory sentences. And these usually end with an exclamation mark. So you can see that at the end of each sentence, we have an exclamation mark. Great job. You've done so well for sticking it out through this lesson. Now, it is crucial to be aware of these different types of sentences as you read, okay, and speak English language. Understanding these structures will allow you to express your thoughts and ideas clearly and effectively. Now, I want us to do a few exercises and identify all that we have learned in these two lessons. So, go ahead to the resource folder attached to this lesson. Open it, download the questions and answer them by yourself, and then download the answer sheet and compare your answers and see what you have to improve on and focus on. All right, that's all for today. Remember, understanding basic sentence structure is the foundation of good writing and communication. So keep practicing and don't be afraid to ask questions if you need help. See you in the next lesson. Hello and welcome to today's lesson. Today we're going to dive into a fundamental concept in English called negation. So by the end of this lesson, I hope that you'll be able to confidently say no in various ways. You'll be able to define and recognize negation in English sentences, and you will understand how it functions to change or transform positive statements into negative ones. And then you'll also be able to practice using not the negation marker with the verb be and don't with regular verbs to create negative sentences. So, what is negation? Well, in English, the act of making a sentence or expression negative, that is what we call negation, when you turn a positive sentence into a negative sentence. Simply, we can say that it is when you turn a yes into a no. Now, I want you to think about any time you have had to decline an invitation. Imagine somebody inviting you for an event. It could be a concert, a movie, a party, and you really don't want to go. You don't want to accept the invitation, or you want to turn it down. How do you express this? Well, you have to use negation. Or imagine somebody misunderstands something you said. Somebody says you are who you are not, or somebody says you have done something you have not done. So, how do you correct the misunderstanding? You have to use negation. Let's look at an example. Imagine somebody writes this about you. I am a teacher. That is the positive. I am a teacher. But then you want to correct it and say, no, I am not a teacher. That means you're probably something else. So imagine another one. Someone says to you, or you say, I like apples. How do you turn this into a negative? Well, you introduce a negation marker and then you say, I don't like apples. We're going to see how to do that. So, one of the easiest ways to negate a sentence is by using the word not. And I'm sure you have heard me use it in the examples that I have used earlier. So, take a look at these examples that we have here. I am not thirsty. She is not a lovely person. Jason does not like clowns. They have not eaten the cake. So all these sentences are negative sentences and they are using the word not to indicate negation. Now let's look at how to form negatives or negative sentences with the helping verb be, to be. So, how do we do that? We have talked about this verb in the lesson on verbs. So, if you do not remember, you might want to just stop by that lesson on verbs and then just revise it. So, we did say be transforms itself into am, is, are, was, were, depending on the subject of the sentence. So if you want to use negatives with be, then you bring the verb first and then you add not after the verb. After the verb. Remember that. So look at this example. She is a student. What is the to be verb here? That is. So if you want to negate this sentence, then you have to bring not after is. So it's going to be, she is not a student. Look at these other ones. They are my friends. What is the verb here? Are. So if you want to negate the sentence, you bring not after the verb are, and then you get a negative sentence. They are not my friends. Look at this one too. He is a doctor. Then it becomes, he is not a doctor. We were tired. Then it becomes, we were not tired. Great. Now let's look at how to form negatives using don't and doesn't. Now, when our sentence has a regular verb, we use don't, okay, or doesn't. Now, using these two depends on the subjects that you have. Now, look at these ones. If the subject is the first person singular, or second person singular or plural, or first person plural, or third person plural, then you are going to use don't. Okay? If the subject is the third person singular, then you will use doesn't. So an easy way to remember is if the subject is a third person singular, then you are going to use doesn't, and all the others are going to be don't. Let's look at an example and then this will become clearer. So this sentence says, I like ice cream. I like ice cream. Now, what is the subject here? The subject is a first person singular. So the negation marker we have to use is what? Don't. And remember, when it comes to don't and doesn't, it comes before the verb. When we were looking at the verb to be, we realized that the negation marker not comes after the verb. So I want you to take very good notice of this so that you are not confused. When you are using not comes after to be verb, but then don't and doesn't always come before the regular verbs. So I like ice cream is going to be I don't like ice cream. What is the verb? Like, and don't is coming before the verb. Don't worry, it might seem a lot right now, but then as you continue to practice, it will just become automatic in your speech and in your writing. Okay, so she likes ice cream. Then the negative is going to be she doesn't like ice cream. Great. So I want you to look at these three examples that we have here, these three sentences we have down here, and I want you to negate them on your own. Look at the subjects that is in the sentence to determine whether you're using don't or doesn't. I'll give you a minute for that and then we will continue. Great. So let's look at what you did. So the first sentence will become they don't play soccer on Sundays. The second sentence will be he doesn't work at the supermarket. And the third is going to be I don't understand the lesson. So I hope you got that. And so let's do a recap of what we have done today. We have been talking about negation, how to make sentences in the negative. And we have seen how to use not with a helping verb to be. So you use not together with the be verb, and always not comes after the verb. We've also looked at how to use don't and doesn't with regular verbs, and to remember that don't and doesn't comes before the regular verb. Great job. Now I want you to head over to the resource folder that is attached to this lesson and download the questions and assessment and answer the questions by yourself. When you're done, download the answer sheet and compare your answers and see where you got correct and where you need to improve. Great job. That wraps up our introduction to negation. In our next lesson, we will delve deeper. So I will see you in the next lesson. Thanks for listening attentively. Bye. Welcome to today's lesson. So in our previous lesson, we started our journey with negation. We learned how to use not with the verb be and don't and doesn't with regular verbs. Today, we will explore more ways to negate in English. So I hope that you'll be able to understand and use strong negation. Okay, what I mean by that is that you should be able to effectively use the word never to indicate actions that haven't occurred any time, and then also master negative contractions and questions. Let's get right into it. So, using never for actions, never is a strong negation word. In our previous lesson, we looked at not and don't. These are milder ones, but never indicates or it shows that something hasn't happened at any time in the past. It has never happened before. I'm basically using the word. So, for example, if you're experiencing something for the very first time, you can say, I have not done this before or done that before. For instance, if you're seeing a movie for the first time, you can say, I have never seen that movie. Okay, so the positive will be, I have seen the movie, and the negative will be, I have never seen the movie, because you could have easily said that I have not seen this movie before, but you just want to make it stronger and you say, I have never seen that movie. So, what will be the negative of these examples? Okay. Remember when we use never, it is the same as not. Okay. We use it in the same way that we use not. So that means the word comes what? After the verb. So I want you to look at these sentences that we have and imagine what the negatives will be using the word never. The first one says, I have visited France. She has eaten sushi. They have met my mother. He has been to Africa. What will these sentences be in the negative? Let's see. So the negative of the sentences will be, I have never visited France. She has never eaten sushi. They have never met my mother. He has never been to Africa. And I am intentionally stressing the never or the negation marker because I want you to take note of them and then where they occur in the sentence. Now let's look at negative contractions. To contract something in this sense is to make something shorter. Okay, so we can make our negative sentences shorter using contractions. What is contractions then? It is a fusion of a verb and not. Okay, so look at this example. I am not. We want to make the sentence shorter. So instead of saying I am not, we contract it and then we say I'm not. This is a unique one. This particular one with the first person singular pronoun is a unique way of contracting the negative in English. The other ones seem quite uniform. So I want you to take note of this one. Now, this one says, the second one says, she is not. Okay, so we are going to contract the verb and the negation marker, which is not, and then it becomes she isn't. Okay, so she isn't. So we're not pronouncing the O in the not so much. We're not stressing it. We're making it shorter. So we combine it and then it becomes she isn't. And this one too says he does not. It becomes the same. He doesn't. Okay, great. Now let's look at primary negative contractions in English so that whenever you see them or whenever you have to do contract them, you're not thinking so much about it. Okay, so is not becomes isn't, are not becomes aren't, was not becomes wasn't, were not becomes weren't, have not becomes haven't, has not becomes hasn't, and had not becomes hadn't. Let's look at these ones too. Will not becomes won't. This is also a unique one. Will not becomes won't. Would not becomes wouldn't. Do not becomes don't. Does not becomes doesn't. Did not becomes didn't. Cannot becomes can't. Could not becomes couldn't. Should not becomes shouldn't. Might not becomes mightn't. And this is not usually used. And then must not becomes mustn't. So you just take note of these ones, and the more you use them, the more familiar it becomes to you, and the more automatic it becomes in your sentence, in your speech, and in your writing. Now, I want you to know that whilst these are the most common negative contractions that we have, the use and acceptance of some of them might be different depending on what we call regional dialect. Some people speak in a certain way in different parts of English speaking countries. So, for example, the word shan't, which is the contracted form of shall not, it used to be more common, but now somewhat it is what we call archaic. Archaic means it is no more used in the modern language. It used to be used in the old times when English was spoken, but now it has just phased out of the language. So now let's look at how to form questions in the negative. You can definitely ask questions using negative forms, and contractions make it easier to do that. And that is why it was important that we look at that first. So if you want to convert a positive sentence into a question, then you begin with the verb, and that is what we know already. Now, if you want to convert the question, a positive question, into a negative question, you precede the sentence with the negative marker. So, for example, see, we have, do you not like pizza? Okay, so that is the whole complex form. This is a bit strong, and there's a bit too many words being used. But then if you want to make it shorter, you just write, don't you like pizza? Okay, instead of saying, do you not like pizza? For a beginner learner of English, this might be too much for you to construct. You have to think of where to place the verb, where to place the subject, where to place the negative marker. But then if you just use the contracted form of the negation, then it is really easier, because you can see that a contracted form of the negation marker comes first in the sentence, then the subject comes, then the verb. Okay, so that is easier. So, don't you like pizza? The second one says, is she not your sister? That is another longer one. So, the shorter version is, isn't she your sister? I hope you're following. So, I want you to look at these examples that we have here and try your hands on them. So, do you know the answer? I want you to form this or convert this into the negative question. And the second one says, is he your brother? The third one says, can they dance? I'm just going to give you a minute, and then we will look at the answers. Okay, so let's look at how you did. So the first sentence is going to be, don't you know the answer? Don't you know the answer? Because we are converting the first word or the first verb in the sentence into a negation. So don't you know the answer? And the second will be, isn't he your brother? The third will be, can't they dance? Awesome work. So let's recap what we've done today. We have looked at how to use never for actions to make your negation stronger. If you want to sound stronger and emphasize the negative in your sentence, instead of using not, you can use never. We have also looked at negative contractions, which is a fusion of the verb and not. Okay. And then we have looked at questions in the negative form. We have seen how to use contracted form of the negation to form sentences as well. Great job. So now I want you to practice what we have done in the lesson today. Head over to the resource folder attached to this lesson. Download the questions, answer them by yourself, and then download the answer sheet and also compare the answers that you provided and see where you have to improve. Fantastic. You now have a strong foundation in forming negative sentences in English. If you did not understand anything, go through the lesson one more time at your own pace and keep practicing. I'll see you in the next lesson.
Hello and welcome to part 3 of our English course for beginners. I am glad to see that you have successfully gone through part 1 and 2, which were the foundational aspects of the English language. We did deal with basic sounds and pronunciation, and then we went to grammar, nouns, pronouns, and all that. And I'm really glad that you've gone through that. Now in this part, we are going to focus on listening and speaking. Why is that, you may ask? Well, language learning is not all about reading and writing. It is also about understanding what is spoken and being understood. So in this part, we are going to strengthen your listening skills, where you can use a lot of the exercises that I'm going to give to practice listening out for main ideas in conversations and picking out specific details as well. Alongside, we will be strengthening your speaking skills, whether you are comfortable with saying a few words or you can manage some complex sentences on your own. The most important thing is to get you speaking fluently and with confidence. Remember, it is okay to make mistakes. The most important thing is you keep trying, you keep practicing and learning from those mistakes. Are you ready? Come along.
Hello and welcome to today. Today we're going to start a new two-part lesson that focuses on one of the most crucial skills in any language learning, that is listening. I hope you're ready. Let's dive right in. Now, by the end of this lesson, you will be able to comprehend why listening is crucial to language learning, including its role in understanding context, picking up new vocabulary, improving pronunciation, and getting a sense of the rhythm and flow of the English language. Also, you'll be able to learn and practice active listening strategies, such as focusing on the overall message or gist, listening to a variety of sources, practicing patience and persistence, repeating what you hear, and using transcript or subtitles, and practicing predictive listening. Now, we will talk about why listening is so important and how to listen effectively. So, why is listening important? Well, listening is one of the 4 skills you need to master any language on earth. The others are speaking, reading, and writing. But listening is most often the first way we start learning a language. You have to hear it first. Even as babies, we listen to the sounds around us and then we imitate them. And that is how we start to speak. Listening is crucial and critical in learning any language. And one of its major benefits is helping us to understand context. Now, context refers to the circumstances or setting in which a statement is made or an event occurs, and it can significantly impact the meaning of what is being said. So when you hear someone say something, it is not just the sentence that you need to understand word for word. You need to understand where the person is, the environment the person is speaking in, the culture the person is speaking from, the circumstance that is happening around which the person is speaking. All these are important to really understanding the meaning of a sentence or what the person is saying. Now, here are several ways listening helps us understand context. One, understanding what we call speaker intention and emotion. Now, the way something is said is often the way something is said often provides crucial information about the speaker's intention, emotion, or attitude. For instance, the same sentence can express happiness, sarcasm, anger, or surprise depending on the speaker's tone of voice. So when you listen, you can pick up on these nuances, we call them, and better understand what the speaker is trying to say or trying to convey. Secondly, you also are able to pick out what is not clearly stated in a conversation. You would realize that often key information or details is implied, or what we call hints. They are only hinted at, they are not clearly stated. So, good listening skills can help you read between the lines, okay, and understand these implicit messages in a sentence or a statement. For example, if a person says, it's a bit chilly in here, it's a bit chilly in here. One, they may be indirectly asking for the heat to be turned up. Okay, they may be signaling to you that, okay, I want you to turn the heater up, right? Or maybe asking you for a blanket. So you need to listen well to be able to pick up these hints in a conversation. The third importance is that listening helps you to understand the cultural and social references that are specific to the language community. For example, English speakers might make popular references to culture, historical events, or common idioms and phrases, and they might not be understood without the language of that particular context they are referring to. Okay, so it's very important to listen. Also, when you listen actively, this can help you to identify the main theme or the main topic in the conversation that you're having with someone. Understanding these give you a broader context for interpreting what the speaker says. Okay, so that is very important. And you should know that English language has specific conventions in speech. These may include polite phrases, ways of interrupting or expressing disagreement, and every language has these things. And so it is important you take note of them in the English language as well. So, listening helps you to pick up new vocabulary. And I know that as a new learner of a language, vocabulary is so important to you. And listening helps you to do that. When you listen actively, when you listen well, it helps you to pick up new vocabulary and you enrich your registers. It also helps you to improve your pronunciation. I should mention that we are not going after accent, okay? Accent is not the most important thing when it comes to language learning. You are not native, and so we are not pushing to sound native, but we are pushing to have clear pronunciation, okay, correct pronunciation. And when we listen well, when we have good listening skills, our pronunciation also improves. Also, when we listen well, we get a feel for the rhythm and the flow of the language. As you listen to people who speak the language, you see how the language flows. Every language has a rhythm, and as you listen more and more, you get acquainted with that knowledge and that rhythm, and you become more familiar in using that. So, how can you listen effectively, you may ask? One way is by active listening. What do I mean by that? I mean really paying attention to what you're hearing. Try to understand as much as you can and think about the message that the speaker is trying to convey. Active listening also means listening for the general idea or the gist. Sometimes you just need to understand the message that is being carried, not the individual words. Okay, when you try too hard to just understand the words individually, you might miss the meaning of the sentence altogether. So sometimes you will not even understand every single word in a sentence or conversation, and that is perfectly okay. Just focus on understanding the overall message. So, it is also important to listen to a variety of sources and types of content. This really enriches your listening material. You should have rich listening material. Don't listen to one type of content or listening source. So this could include songs, news reports, podcasts, movies, and conversations. Okay, so this is important because, for example, in podcasts, when there are conversations in a podcast, it goes in a more natural rhythm, at a more natural pace, and so you pick up on that natural rhythm when people speak. And then when you listen to the news report, you realize that usually news reports are rendered in simple and very grammatical language, and so you pick up on the grammar, and this is very important. Yeah, this will expose you to different accents, speeds of speech, and type of vocabulary, which is how the real world works. Another important aspect of effective listening is being patient and persistent. Improving your listening skills takes time and practice. So it is so okay if you don't understand everything at first. Just keep listening, keep practicing, and you will definitely improve. So I want us to try some short listening exercises now. I'm going to read a few sentences and I want you to try and understand the overall message. Don't worry if you don't understand every word, okay? Just try and get the main idea of the sentences I'm reading. So, sentence one. Despite the rain pouring outside, Jenna picked up her umbrella, put on her rain boots, and decided to go for a walk. Now, what do you think is the main idea here? Good. So, the main idea is that Jenna decided to walk outside even though it was raining. So you see that there are so many words in this sentence, but the main idea, the main message is that she decided to walk outside even though it was raining. She didn't mind walking through the rain. Good. Let's look at the second sentence. After reading for hours, Tom closed his book, turned off the lamp, and settled down in his bed, looking forward to a good night's sleep. What is the main idea here? Yeah, simple. Tom is going to sleep after reading for a long time. Okay, so that is the main idea here. Let's look at a few more. The sun was shining brightly. Children were playing in the dark in the park and birds were singing. It was a perfect day for a picnic. What's the main idea? Yeah, the main idea is that the weather is beautiful and it is suitable for a picnic. That's it. Or you can even just simply say the weather is beautiful or perfect for a picnic. And that will be a main idea. Yeah. Let's look at sentence four. With his heart racing and sweat pouring down his face, John crossed the finish line, exhausted but proud of his achievement in the marathon. What is the main idea here? Yeah, the main idea is that John successfully finished running a marathon despite feeling tired. Let's look at the last sentence. Sarah studied hard for her exams, poring over her textbooks late into the night and waking up early to review her notes. What is the main idea here? Yes, Sarah is working hard to prepare for her exams, or Sarah worked hard to prepare for her exam. So I hope that you were able to identify the main ideas in the sentences that we've gone through. If you were not, I recommend that you go back, take them again, and see if you can identify what the main idea is in each sentence. Well done. That's the end of part one of our listening lesson in this course. Keep practicing active listening in your everyday life, and I will see you next time for part two, where we will explore more practical listening exercises and strategies. So, I want you to practice more. So, go over to the resource folder attached to this lesson and download the questions, answer them by yourself, and then download the answers. Check them and see where you need to improve. Keep practicing. Don't be afraid to ask questions if you need help, and I will see you in the next lesson. Welcome back to part two of our listening lesson. I hope you've been practicing active listening since our last lesson. Today, we're going to focus on some practical exercises and strategies to further improve your listening skills. Let's begin. One effective strategy is to listen, pause, and repeat. This means listening to a sentence or a phrase, pausing, and then trying to repeat it exactly as you heard it. This can help improve your pronunciation and intonation, and it also helps you to remember new phrases. So when you hear a sentence, you hear it over the radio, on the TV, in a movie, on a podcast, you listen. If something catches your attention, listen, pause, and repeat. Now, I want you to listen to each of these sentences and repeat after me. The sentences I have selected include a variety of vocabulary and verb tenses, and that is why I have carefully selected these specific ones. After we read each sentence and you have repeated, I will tell you how it helps your language learning. So, repeat after me. The quick brown fox jumps over the lazy dog. So, this classic sentence includes every letter of the English alphabet, making it a very good overall pronunciation practice sentence. If you're curious to see, you can take a pause and check the alphabet of the English language, and you would realize that I chose this because it includes all the alphabet, all the letters of the alphabet. Let's read the second one. After the long winter, the flowers bloomed beautifully in the spring. This sentence is also excellent for practicing pronunciation of different seasons and the word beautifully, which has multiple syllables. Let's read the third one. Despite the rain, they decided to go to the park for a picnic. Now, this sentence introducing a contrasting idea using the word despite. So you can include this vocabulary in your speech when you want to express different ideas in one sentence. Let's read a few more. Listen and repeat after me. I will meet you at the library after school. This sentence is useful for practicing the future tense will meet and commonplace nouns like library and school. Let's read the next one. Could you please pass me the salt and pepper? This is a polite request sentence useful for practicing daily conversation manners. So let's read the last one. She didn't enjoy the movie because it was too scary. This sentence involves the past tense and what we call cause and effect connection. When we use the word because, it signifies a cause and effect. Something happened and we are trying to explain why it happened. So, I wanted you to listen to these sentences because it helps you to practice your pronunciation, your listening skills, and understanding English sentence structure. Now, it is also helpful to practice what is referred to as predictive listening. What do I mean by this? This means using the context. You remember we said context is the circumstances, the culture, all that is happening within which the speaker is speaking. So when you use the context to predict what someone is going to say, that means you sort of determine in your mind what the speaker is about to say before he says it because you understand the context within which he or she is speaking. Let's look at some examples to explain what I'm saying further. Example one: listening to a weather forecast. Imagine you're about to listen to a weather forecast. Even before the meteorologist begins speaking, you have some expectations. One, maybe you know you're likely to hear something about temperature, humidity, wind, speed, and the likelihood of rain or snow or something other something else that is related to the weather. So these expectations create a context in your mind, okay? And then it shapes your expectation. You expect to hear something, and this will help you understand the information more quickly when it is provided. And that is what we call predictive listening. Another example: attending a meeting. Let's say you're attending a business meeting and you know the agenda. Agenda is the topics or the conversations that will be had in the meeting. So you know the agenda ahead of time. So and the agenda is to discuss the company's marketing strategy for the next quarter, for example. So, even before the conversation or the discussion begins, you can anticipate, you can predict some topics that may come up. For example, if we're talking about marketing strategy, then we probably will talk about budget. We probably will talk about marketing campaigns and advertisement commercials. We we'll talk about maybe some key performance indicators. So, when you predict the topic of this conversation, you can better understand and contribute to the conversation. The third one, when you're listening to a recipe on a cooking show, you expect to hear certain things. If it's a cooking show and someone is about to share his or her recipe, first you know that he or she should share the ingredients that are needed, followed by maybe step by step instructions on how to prepare the dish. So if the host starts talking about preheating the oven, you can predict that they might soon be discussing baking. Okay? So all I'm trying to say is that predictive listening helps you to follow along and understand instructions more easily. Now, I want you to use the context and predict what I am possibly going to say in these examples, okay? So, example one, if you hear me say, I'm so hungry that I'm so hungry I could, what do you predict me saying? Maybe I will say something like, I'm so hungry I could eat this whole piece of cake. Or I'm so hungry I could eat a horse. Okay? Or I'm so hungry I could drink up this whole bowl of soup, this entire bowl of soup. So I'm sure when you heard me say, I'm so hungry I could, you predicted something in the neighborhood of what I said later. Another example, I'm so happy I could. What could I do if I was so happy? Maybe I could fly. So I could say, I'm so happy I could fly. Oh, I'm so happy I could jump over the fence. Okay. Oh, I'm so happy I could carry you up. So I'm sure you said something like what I said later because you understood the context. The context of the first sentence is someone who is hungry. So, what could someone who is hungry do? Or what could someone who is happy do? And that is what we call predictive listening. So let's look at the last strategy for our listening skills in this lesson. And that is using listening materials with transcripts or subtitles. So you can listen first. When you use such a material, you can listen first and then read the transcript to check your understanding. Okay, so this can help you connect the sounds of the English language with the written words. Because sometimes you know that when you see the word on paper, you can identify it. But it is also important that when you hear it, you should be able to know what is being said. So when you use transcripts and subtitles, for example, if you're watching a movie and the movie is in English and they also have subtitles on the screen, it really helps when you hear what they say and also see what they are saying so that you connect the sound to the words, the written word. So I want you to try this exercise that I'm going to give you. This is going to be an audio clip from a short story. And after you listen, I want you to listen attentively, active listening, remember. And then we will review the transcript later. Okay. So listen closely. You can listen a second time if you want, and then try to get as much information as you can. Pause the audio and write it down. Are you ready? Let's go. Once upon a time, in a quiet village, lived a kind and gentle girl named Bella. Bella loved to read books and dreamed of traveling to distant lands. One day, she found an old dusty book in the attic of her house. To her surprise, the book was a magic one. Whenever Bella opened the book and read a story, she would be transported to the land in the story. Bella had many exciting adventures, and through these adventures, she made many new friends and learned many important lessons. Great job. So I hope you were able to listen to it closely. I hope you were able to make some notes. So now let's go through the transcript together and then you can check what you have written down. You can also repeat each sentence after me, okay? So once upon a time in a quiet little village lived a kind and gentle girl named Bella. Bella loved to read books and dreamed of traveling to distant lands. One day, she found an old dusty book in the attic of her house. To her surprise, the book was a magic one. Whenever Bella opened the book and read a story, she would be transported to the land in the story. Bella had many exciting adventures, and through these adventures, she made friends and learned many important lessons. So I hope that you were able to get a few things or get the main idea of the short story. Okay. As you can see, the transcript is exactly what you heard in the audio clip. So reading it allows you to see how the words are spelled, how sentences are formed, and it helps you to better understand what you heard. Okay. So great job for today. It's been a long lesson and I hope that it has been helpful. Remember, improving your listening skills takes time and practice. So keep at it. Try to incorporate English listening into your daily routine when you're on the bus, going to work, going wherever, taking a walk or a jog. Listen to podcasts, listen to songs. When you can, watch English movies with subtitles and try to engage in conversations in English whenever you can. That's the end of our lesson today. So go right over to the resource folder attached to this lesson and download the questions, answer them by yourself, and then download the answers and compare what you have done. I'm really proud of your progress. Keep up the good work, and I will see you in the next lesson. Welcome back to English for Beginners. I hope you've been practicing active listening since our last class because it is a good start for today's lesson. Today, we're going to learn basic speaking skills and we will focus on pronunciation and vocabulary in this session. Let's get right into it. Now, pronunciation is how we say words. It's important because mispronouncing a word can confuse people, even if you're using the word correctly. The English language can sometimes be a little tricky when it comes to pronunciation, but don't worry. Practice makes perfect. Practice, practice, practice. So I want us to start with some simple words. I want you to repeat each word after me. Cat, dog, book, table, computer, sun, moon, star, apple, pen, chair, door, bird, shoe, water. That was good. I know you must have known almost all of them, if not some of them. So now I want us to try more challenging words. Okay? The previous slide, we looked at very simple words. Most of them were just one syllable. But in this slide, we are going to try to pronounce words that are more challenging, words that are two syllables, three syllables, four syllables, and even more. So I want you to just repeat after me. Elephant, university, photography, agriculture, communication, information, encourage, photograph, excitement, imagination, independence, responsibility, environment, destination. So if you were able to pronounce them, then that is awesome. If you would like to take it again, I want you to go back a little bit and take this part again. Try and pronounce them as best as you can, listening to how I pronounce them. Next, I want us to talk about vocabulary. What is vocabulary? Now, vocabulary refers to the words we know and use. Okay, so the size of your vocabulary is all the words you know in a certain language, in a specific language, and use as well. So, having good vocabulary is important in speaking English because it helps you express your ideas clearly and confidently. So, building vocabulary is important if you want your language learning to advance quickly. So, I'm going to utter some sentences. I'm going to read some sentences, and I want you to identify any words you don't know. Okay, I'm going to read a couple of these sentences. I want you to pinpoint, you can scribble down in your notebook any words that stands out to you that you didn't know before. Okay? Okay, let's go. I walked through the park and saw a squirrel. My sister loves reading mystery novels. The chef prepared a delicious pasta dish. The astronomer pointed her telescope at the constellation. So I hope you were able to note and mark some words that were new to you. This is good as practicing building vocabulary because this is how we learn. When you read articles and written texts, it helps you to build your vocabulary. You note those words that are new to you, you look them up in the dictionary, and you see how you can incorporate them in your speech and writing. Let's look at a few examples, a few more examples. The mechanic fixed the engine of the car. The archaeologist discovered ancient artifacts at the excavation site. She decorated her living room with a beautiful tapestry. Okay, let's read some more. The biologist studied the behavior of the chimpanzees in their natural habitat. The chef used various spices to enhance the flavor of the soup. The carpenter built a wooden bookshelf. Some more. The hiker admired the panorama from the top of the mountain. The tour guide explained the significance of monument to the group. The librarian recommended a thrilling novel to me. Great job. Now that we've identified some new words, let's learn what they mean and how to use them. Remember, expanding your vocabulary is a continuous process, so don't be afraid to learn new words and use them in your conversation. Okay, so these are a few words that we identified in the text. Librarian is somebody who works in the library. Okay, so you can go to the library and speak to the librarian to help you find a specific book that you're looking for in the library, because the library is a place for books where you can loan books and use them, then return them. So the librarian is one who works there. Recommended. To recommend is to suggest, is to make a suggestion. Okay, so maybe you can recommend a new movie to watch to someone. Yeah, so that is recommended. And thrilling. Thrilling means exciting. So maybe it was a thrilling adventure. Probably you went to the park. If people go to the amusement park, they can have a thrilling experience. A squirrel is a four-legged mammal in the forest, a very small four-legged mammal. Mystery is something that is exciting, yes, full of suspense because you don't know what is going to happen next. So there are mystery novels, mystery series, mystery movies. Enhance is to make something better. To enhance something is to make it better. Behavior is the way people act, is the way and manner people act. Significance is the importance of something, the importance of something. So you see, when you learn these words, they enrich your language so that if you're saying two sentences and you want to use a word that means important, you don't have to use important all the time. You can use significance. Okay. So hiker is also someone who walks up hiking trails, mountains. They just take walks. And admire is to like something, is to have an extreme liking for something or someone. So these are a few more words that I think could have stood out to you. Delicious, telescope, engine, archaeologist, ancient, excavation, decorated, tapestry, and various. I want you to look up these words in the dictionary and see how you can incorporate these words in your speech and writing. Remember, expanding your vocabulary is a continuous process. So, even though we have gone through these words, I am not advocating or recommending that you cram everything in your memory. However, the more you practice, the more you become familiar, and the more it becomes automatic for you to use these words in your speech and writing. Don't be afraid to learn new words and use them in your conversations. Great work today. Remember, improving your speaking skills take time and practice. So keep at it and try to engage in conversations in English whenever that you can. Go right over to the resource folder that is attached to this lesson. Download the questions, answer them by yourself, and download the answer sheet. Compare your answers and see how you can improve. That's the end of the lesson for today. I'm really proud of your progress. Keep up the good work, and I will see you in the next lesson. Welcome back to part two of our speaking lesson. I hope you've been practicing some conversations since our last lesson. So today we're going to move on to fluency and confidence in this session. Let's get right into it. By the end of this lesson, I hope you will understand fluency and in spoken English and practice speaking English sentences smoothly and at a natural pace. I hope that you'll be able to identify unnecessary pauses and interruptions in your speech and work towards reducing them. I also hope that by the end of this lesson, you will have had an opportunity to build your confidence in spoken English through role playing and learning to overcome fear of making mistakes and communicate in a safe and supportive environment. So, when I say fluency, what do I mean by that? I mean being able to speak smoothly without a lot of pause or interruption. I don't necessarily mean speaking fast, but rather speaking at a natural pace and in a consistent manner. So let's practice. I will say the sentence, I will read out the sentence, and then you repeat it, trying to speak fluently. Ready? Here we go. I enjoy playing soccer on the weekends. My mother makes the best chocolate cake. In the summer, we usually go to the beach. I like to eat apples and bananas for breakfast. My family and I go to the park every Sunday. The weather is very nice today. It's sunny and warm. Reading books is one of my favorite hobbies. My best friend has a beautiful black and white dog. Good job. Let's read some more. I usually drink a cup of coffee in the morning. I enjoy swimming in the sea during the summer. My brother plays the guitar very well. I am learning English because it's an important language. Great work. So, apart from fluency, confidence is also part of speaking. Sometimes you know what you want to say, but you need confidence to be able to speak. Confidence is about feeling comfortable using language or using English in this regard. It's perfectly okay to make mistakes because that is how you are going to learn. The more practice you make speaking, the more confident you will become. So I encourage you, even if you are speaking and you're making mistakes, do not focus on the mistakes. Focus on the fact that you are able to practice, you are able to engage. Remember where you started and where you are now. You would realize that you've come so far and you are so much better than when you started. And that will give you all the confidence you need to keep on in this language journey. Great work today. Remember, improving your speaking skills takes time and practice. So keep at it. Try to engage in more conversations in English whenever you come, when you go to the grocery shop, when you go to the beach, when you meet friends. Try to engage them in English. Great. So go to the resource folder that is attached to this lesson, download all the questions and answer them, and download the answer sheet and check them, and then practice, practice, practice. I can't say that enough. That's the end of today's lesson. I'm really proud of your progress. Keep up the good work, and I will see you in our next lesson.
Hello and welcome to part 4 of our English language course for beginners. In this part, we will focus on reading and writing. You will learn basic reading comprehension skills, including understanding main ideas, understanding supporting details and context in a variety of text. We will also build and cover essential vocabulary and grammar, which will help you build your writing and reading skills. This section will also help you to build your literacy skills that will give you the tools you need and you require to express yourself in writing. So if you're ready, let's dive right in.
Hello there, and welcome to today's lesson. Our lesson today is on reading. I hope you're excited about it. Let's jump right into it. So, by the end of today's lesson, you will learn and practice reading English sentences smoothly and at a natural pace. You'll also build confidence in your spoken English. Reading is an important skill in learning any language, including English. It allows you to learn new words, understand context, and broaden your understanding of the world. When we read, we come across new words and phrases, and this is important because it helps us to build our vocabulary. We talked about vocabulary in the previous lessons, that it is important in helping us to speak the language better. Vocabulary is simply the collection of words that we understand and use. So the more words we know, the better we can express our thoughts and understand others. And reading help us to do exactly that. Just like we mentioned in listening, context is important in reading. Do you remember what we said about context? We did say that context refers to the situation, events, or information that surrounds a word or a phrase, and that it helps us to understand its meaning. So when you hear someone utter a word, or when you hear someone say a sentence or say something, you're not just listening to the individual words, okay? You're listening to the circumstances within which the person is speaking to you, okay? In the similar way, when we come to context in reading, it is important. When you see a word that you do not understand, a word that is unfamiliar to you, it is very important to look at the other words in the sentence because they give clues to help you know that word. Let's begin with reading a short paragraph. I will read it first and then I want you to try reading it as well. This paragraph is about a boy named John who goes to the park. Here we go. John is a young boy who loves to play outdoors. One sunny afternoon, John decides to go to the park near his house. He takes his favorite red ball with him. At the park, he sees a friendly dog. The dog is chasing its tail, which makes John laugh. They play fetch with a red ball, and both of them are very happy. After a few hours, as the sun starts to set, John waves goodbye to his new friend and heads back home, promising to return the next day. Now it's your turn. Please read the paragraph out loud, okay? Don't read it silently. Read it out loud, mention every word loudly. Don't worry if you stumble over a word, just try your best. Great job. Now, can you think of what the story is generally about? Can you think of what the main idea of the story is? I'll give you a moment to think about it. Good. So you could say that the main idea of the story is that John spends a joyful afternoon at the park playing with his friendly dog. Yeah, and that would be correct. So you can give the main idea with less or more information, only that you have to be sure you are not repeating the whole story all over again. Okay? Now, what are the details that support the main idea? We did say that the main idea is that John is playing at the park with his new friend, the dog. So, what are the details in the paragraph that point at that main idea? So, let's take a look at a few of them. One, we realize that John is a young boy who loves to play outdoors. Secondly, he decides to go to the park near his house one sunny afternoon. And then thirdly, he takes his favorite ball, red ball, with him. So at the park, he meets a friendly dog who is chasing his tail. John and the dog play fetch with a red ball and they both have a great time. So as the sun sets, John waves goodbye to his friend and he promises to come back the next day. So all these are supporting details, okay? You don't have to give all of them, but I am giving all of them because you probably gave one or two or three of them, and that's what's important. Wonderful work. To wrap up, our reading lesson for today. Let's practice using these words in our own sentences. So, what am I teaching by this? I'm teaching that anytime that you read any passage in English, try and identify words that are interesting to you, words that are new and unfamiliar to you, and then take note of them, write them down, look up their meaning in the dictionary, and try to use them in your own sentences. Okay, so try to create a sentence for each of these words on the screen. At the same time, we are building our vocabulary. So the first one is outdoors. That is not inside, but outside. Outside, it could be in the woods, it could be at the park, outdoors. So in the text, we see that John is a young boy who loves to play outdoors. Okay. And the second one is decides. To decide is to make a decision. So John decides to go to the park near his house. That is a decision. He's made a decision to go to the park. The third one is favorite. Favorite means what you like most out of a couple of choices, a number of choices. So in the text, John takes his favorite red ball with him. So probably he has more than one ball or more than one red ball, and he takes the favorite amongst them. Friendly means he is social. He likes to meet new people and talk to new people. So at the park, he sees a friendly dog. He approaches the dog, and they have a fun time together. Fetch is a game that people play, okay, with their dogs. So John played fetch with the dog, and both of them were very happy. And the last one is promising. When something is promising, you are really looking forward to it. It sounds exciting. So you make a promise, you assure someone. So John waves goodbye to his friend, and then he promises to return the next day. He gives his word. That is the meaning of promises. Promising. Excellent. So we've done an amazing work today with reading smoothly at a natural pace, building vocabulary and confidence. I want you to keep practicing and read as much as you can. Remember, reading is a key to language learning. If you have any questions or doubts, do not hesitate to ask. Now, I want you to go over to the resource folder that is attached to this lesson, download the questions, answer them by yourself, and then check your answers, download the answers and check your answers, compare them, and see where you have to improve. It's been an amazing time with you today. We will delve deeper in our into reading comprehension in our next lesson. That's the end of today's lesson. I'm really proud of your progress. Keep up the good work, and I will see you in the next lesson. Good to see you again. Today we will be delving into our lesson on reading, advanced reading, and vocabulary building. Let's get right into it. In today's lesson, we will be looking into more advanced ideas like inference and author's purpose and point of view. These skills will help us understand more about what we read and why it is written the way it is. Don't worry if all of this sounds a little over your head. Just follow along the lesson and you will see it's quite simple. Let's get right into it. So, what is purpose or author's purpose? Now, that is why the reason the author wrote the text. So, if you see a written text in English, the author of that text has a purpose, has a reason for writing that. So, after you've read a text, you need to ask yourself why the author wrote it. Is it to inform? Is it to persuade? Is it to convince? Is it to entertain? Okay, it can be any of these reasons or even a combination of them. And so you need to ask yourself why the author wrote what you are reading. Now let's talk about point of view. Point of view is the perspective is the angle from which the story is told. Okay, so if you have two people in an incident and one person decides to tell what happened, that person is telling the story from his or her point of view, is telling the story from his angle, from his understanding. That is what we call point of view. So simply, you can say point of view is who is telling the story. Okay, if you read a story, look out for who is telling the story. And this is important because it can help you understand the text better. You'll see why as we go further. Let's look at some examples. The first one is I enjoy summer parties with my family. Now, after reading this text, who do you think is speaking? Is it the writer of this very sentence? Is it the writer of the text? Is it the speaker himself? Or is it someone else? In this case, the subject is, remember we said subject is what? The performer of the action. So in this case, who is doing the enjoying? I is a subject. And you can say that it is the speaker, him or herself, who is speaking. And this is what we call first person point of view. First person point of view. That means the person writing the text is the very person acting it out. That is what we call it. So, another example. John packed an umbrella in his backpack before leaving his house. Who would you say is speaking? You always have to ask yourself, is it the speaker, him or herself, or is it someone else? John packed an umbrella in his backpack. Who is speaking? In this case, the subject is who? John. And you can say that it is someone else speaking about John. It is like someone witnessing or watching what John is saying and say, oh, look, John is packing an umbrella, or John packed an umbrella in his bag. So the person is observing another person. And this is referred to as third person point of view, or simply third person. And this is when someone other than the subjects of the sentence does the writing or the talking. When the text is written by someone who is only giving his or her account of what she is observing or witnessing. Good. So we've talked about purpose, author's purpose, and we've talked about point of view. Now let's talk about inference. Inference is our ability to understand something that is not directly mentioned in the text. This means that not every information that you need to understand or even enjoy a text might be clearly mentioned in what you're reading, but you can figure it out based on given information. And this helps you to fill in the gaps, okay? Especially when it comes to movies. This is a lot because you need to infer in order to really enjoy the movie. The producers do not usually give you everything explicitly or clearly. They want you to enjoy, they want you to think a little bit. And that is what we call inference. Let's take a look at an example here. So the first one is John packed an umbrella in his backpack before leaving his house. Now, we read this earlier. I want you to think a little bit. What can you infer from this sentence? In other words, what information can you gather from this sentence which is not mentioned directly in the sentence? Read it again. John packed an umbrella in his backpack before leaving his house. So, let's take a look at this one again. So, based on the sentence, we can infer, okay? That is the word you use. Infer, that means to look for something, look for an information that is not clearly stated in the text. So we can infer that John expects that it might rain, okay? The text does not clearly state the weather condition or John's expectation, but the act of packing an umbrella suggests that John is preparing for possible rain. So that is what we call inference. Let's look at another example. Sarah put on her running shoes and stretched her legs. What can you infer from this sentence? I'll give you 10 seconds to think about it. Well, from this sentence, we can infer that Sarah is preparing to go for a run or a workout, maybe. The action of putting on running shoes and stretching suggests that physical activity is about to occur, right? Even though the sentence does not clearly say so. So that is what we call inference, to look out for information that is not clearly stated in a text. Okay, so we've been at this lesson for a while. We have a little more to go. So I want you to take a pause the lesson, stretch out your legs a little bit, drink a glass of water, and then when you come back, we will continue. Welcome back. So we have been talking about author's purpose, point of view, and inference. Now I will read a more complex text aloud. The text is a short story about a girl named Mary who helps her grandmother in the garden. I want you to listen closely and try to understand the story. So, Mary loved visiting her grandmother's house in the countryside every summer. The part she loved most was the vast, blossoming garden that stretched out at the back of the house. It was her grandmother's pride and joy. Every day, she could see her grandmother tending to the different types of flowers and vegetables with her trusty old trowel. One sunny morning, Mary decided she wanted to help. Her grandmother, with a loving smile, handed Mary a small trowel. Together, they planted vibrant roses near the picket fence and watered the patch of carrots that were beginning to sprout. Throughout the day, under the warm sunshine, Mary learned about different plants and the care they required. The roses needed plenty of sunlight, the tomatoes had to be staked, and the carrots loved loose, well drained soil. By the end of the day, Mary felt a sense of satisfaction looking at the garden. The seeds she had planted would soon grow and contribute to the beauty of her grandmother's garden. Great. That night, Mary decided she would continue helping her grandmother for the rest of the day. Little did she know this was just the beginning of her lifelong passion for gardening. Great, that was a lovely story about Mary and her grandmother and how she developed her passion for gardening. So let's discuss, what do you think the author's purpose in this text is? Remember, we said that the author's purpose is why, the reason the author has written the text. So, what do you think? Was it to inform? If it is to inform, what does the author want to inform us about? Was it to entertain? Was it just to have a relaxing story and be entertained by it? Was it to persuade? What does the author want to persuade us about? So these are questions that will help you identify what the author's purpose is. So we can take a look. The author's purpose in this text seems to be twofold. That means it has two purposes. And I think that it is to entertain and inform. So, two. Let's look at how the text entertains. The story about Mary and her grandmother in the garden is written in a way to engage your interest. You can see that as you're reading the text, your interest about gardening is engaged and your emotions are engaged as well, depending on the bond that is between them. So it's a feel good story about family bonds and discovering new hobbies, which is likely to entertain readers. And if we look at the text being an information text, we can say that the author shares information about gardening, maybe how roses need sunlight, how tomatoes need to be staked, how carrots prefer loose and well drained soil. Okay, so that is information that he's giving. So the author uses the narrative or the story to impart some basic knowledge about gardening, thereby also serving to inform. So you see, we have figured out the purpose of this text. Now, can you infer any information that isn't directly stated? You can go back to the text, look at it more closely, and see if there is something that is not directly stated. I'll give you a few seconds. Great. So based on information provided in the text, there are several inferences you can make, but these are a few of them. These are the main ones. One, Mary's interest in gardening. Why? Because the story does not directly state that Mary is interested in gardening at the start, but we can infer this because she chooses to help her grandmother and continues to do so after her first day. Okay. Another thing is that grandmother is her grandmother's experience with gardening. Again, it is not clearly stated that the grandmother is an experienced gardener, but we can infer this from how she knows the specific needs of the different plants in the garden. The text actually says that the grandmother has a trusty old troll, so she has been at this for quite some time. She is probably experienced. Another inference we can make is that there is a growing bond between Mary and her grandmother. The text does not clearly mention that their relationship strengthens due to their shared gardening time, but it is implied. That is another word for inference. It is implied when Mary decides to continue helping her grandmother for the rest of of her stay. So these are all inferences that we can make from the text. They are not directly stated in the text, but we can just infer. Well done. You have stayed to the end of this lesson. It's been a long one, but I am glad that you stayed through it all. Remember, understanding a text deeply involves more than just reading the words. Okay, it's about understanding the author's intention, that is the author's purpose, the context, and making connections with the information that has been given. Keep practicing and don't hesitate to ask questions if you have any. Now you can go over to the resource folder, download the questions, answer them by yourself, practice, practice, practice. That is the key. And then download the answer sheets, compare your answers, and see where you have to improve. Well done. That's the end of today's lesson. I'm really proud of you. Keep up the good work, and I will see you in our next lesson.
Hello and welcome to part 5 of our English language course for beginners. I am excited to see how far you have come, and I want to express how proud I am of your hard work, of your dedication to the process of learning a new language, right from the beginning where we started with sounds and pronunciation, moving on to grammar, nouns, pronouns, adjectives, and all those rules that come with the language, moving into reading and writing, listening and speaking. I am so excited. I am proud of your progress. Now, this part final part is culture and context. And this is a crucial part because language is not all about the technical elements of the language, the structural elements of the language. It is also about the people, it is also about the culture, it is also about the world. So it is important that we immerse ourselves in the richness and the diversity of English speaking cultures. This is important because when speakers speak, they are not only using the words in a vacuum, they are coming within a certain cultural context. And it is important to understand these social norms and customs within which the language is spoken. So I want you to approach this part with an open mind, not only to improve your language learning skills and learn more and add to your knowledge, but also have a deeper understanding and appreciation for the world. Remember, language learning is not a destination, it is a journey. So every step that you take brings you closer to fluency and a deeper understanding of English language and its speakers. So if you're ready, let's dive right in.
Hello again. I am super excited about this lesson because today we will begin a fascinating topic that is crucial to language learning. And what is that? Culture. By the end of today's lesson, we will discuss culture and its importance in language learning. We will also work at understanding cultural context. Let's get right in. So, have you ever heard a comedian make a joke and the audience laughed so hard, yet you could not even smile if you tried? Now, why is that? It's probably because he is speaking in context. He is saying one thing, hoping that you understand. It's based on a previous knowledge about someone or something. And that knowledge is what the others are privy to, but you are not. So, that is an example of context. Context is really essential in language learning, and so is cultural context. We did mention context earlier. We looked at some examples when we were going through our lesson on reading. If you have not, go back to that lesson. So you realize how context is important. In the same way, cultural context is important. But let me first remind us of the lesson on context. We learn that context refers to the situation or setting in which communication takes place. It includes things like location, the relationship between the speakers, the topic of conversation, and even the culture. So, context helps us understand the meaning of a sentence or a text. So let's see how context works with an example. If I say, I'm freezing, what do you mean? Do you mean that, or do I mean that I'm cold because the weather is cold? Or is my computer not working? So without context, we cannot be sure what you really mean. However, if I'm outside on a snowy day and I make the same statement, then probably you would understand that I'm cold. But if I'm sitting in front of a computer, I might mean that my computer is not working. So you see, context is crucial in understanding language and making meaning. Today, we'll focus on cultural context. First, we have to understand what culture is. So, what do we mean when we talk about culture? Well, culture refers to the customs, the traditions, beliefs, and values of a people, a group of people. So when we learn a language, we are not just learning words and grammar and rules of the language, we are also learning about the culture that speaks that language. So I want you to think about where you come from originally or where you were born and write down one tradition, one belief, and one cultural value that you have. Cultural context is the cultural situations, okay? The traditions, the beliefs, the customs, that situation in which communication takes place. This means that no statement is made in a vacuum. People say things that mean more than they are saying, and they hope that you will also understand that they mean beyond the words they have used. Therefore, cultural context is crucial to language learning. So, why do we have to bother understanding cultural context a little better? Well, understanding the culture of a people, or a group of people, or even the speaker with whom you are interacting with can help you understand the language he's using a bit better. For example, let's take a simple greeting. Okay? In English, we often say, "How are you? How are you? How are you?" as a polite greeting. But in some cultures, asking about someone's health right away can be seen as too personal. Okay, so cultural context can affect how we understand language and how we use language. Let's look at some other examples. So the statement is, would you like to come in for a cup of coffee? Or would you like to come in for a cup of tea? So in some parts of Britain, we are considering a cultural context, okay? So in some parts of Britain, this question is not solely about the desire for hot beverage. It is often used as a polite way of inviting someone into one's home, into your home, suggesting a desire for further conversation or to continue a social visit. So the emphasis is not necessarily on the tea itself, but on the social interaction that accompanies it. So if you were in Britain and you offered someone tea, if someone came to your house and you offered the person tea, then you are trying to tell the person that I love your company and I would like you to stay a little bit more. And the person would feel much more welcome. Let's look at another example. So somebody comes to your house and you say, remember to remove your shoes. Now, if you are in Asia, you will understand it in this way because in many Asian cultures, including Japan and Korea, it is customary to remove one's shoe before entering a home. This practice is rooted in the desire to maintain cleanliness and respect for the host space, okay, for the host house. So, this statement might commonly be heard when visiting homes in these kinds of cultures. So, you see how the cultural context would help you understand such a statement. Great. So we have been at this for a while. We have been talking about cultural context. I want you to take a break, pause this lesson, stretch your legs, drink a glass of water, and then when you come back, we will continue. Welcome back. Now let's look at cultural references in language. So, languages often contain cultural references. Apart from the context, there are certain things that are specific to certain languages, and these are what we call cultural references. These references are often deeply rooted in a language. So, here are two examples I want you to look at, then this will become clearer to you. In English, for example, we might say, as American as apple pie. Now, this phrase might be confusing to non Americans. Why? Because if you say apple pie, it's because apple pie is considered a traditional dessert in America. So, as an American as an apple pie, then people would really realize that this person is deeply or originally American. Another example, it's all Greek to me. For instance, if you're sitting in a classroom and then you say, it's all Greek to me, how would you understand it? So, this English phrase is used when something is difficult to understand, as if it's in a foreign language that the speaker doesn't understand or the hearer doesn't understand. So the phrase is rooted in a play by a famous writer, playwright called Shakespeare, where a character says, "It's all Greek to me," meaning he can't understand what is being said, as if it is in actual Greek. One more example. So if somebody says, "Take it with a grain of salt," what does this mean? Does it mean literal salt? Go and sprinkle some grains of salt on it? Well, this is an idiom. We will go into idioms in our later lessons. So, this is an idiomatic expression, and it means not to take something too seriously or to view it skeptically. You're not too sure about it. So its origin goes back to ancient Rome, okay? So the phrase cum grano salis, with a grain of salt, that is the original statement. And it was used in a recipe for an antidote to poison. So if somebody was poisoned, this recipe would be used to save the person. So what does it suggest? It suggests that harmful effects can be reduced with a grain of salt. So over time, it has taken on a more metaphorical meaning. That means it has taken on a meaning that is not so literal, that is not so direct, okay? Which is to question or not to trust information or advice that you are getting. So if I say, "This advice that I'm giving you, I want you to take it with a grain of salt," or "This information that I'm giving you, I want you to take it with a grain of salt," then I am saying that I want you to take it but not wholehearted, not to trust it entirely. Yes, so that is what it means. So cultural references helps us to really understand what people are saying or referring to. So I want you to always pay attention to the context when you are learning and using English. Remember, understanding context will help you to understand English more effectively. To summarize, what have we learned today? We have learned that culture is an integral, important part of language learning. It provides context for phrases, it informs polite and appropriate conversations and communication. It also enriches your understanding, okay? So remember that understanding context is important. Awesome. So now I want you to practice more. So head over to the resource folder, download the questions, answer them by yourself. And then when you're done, compare the answers with the answer sheet and see where you have to improve. That's the end of today's lesson. I'm really proud of you. Keep practicing, and I will see you in the next lesson. Hello there, and welcome to today's lesson. Today, we'll be diving into a fun and interesting part of the English language, that is idiomatic expressions, or idioms for short. So, the first goal of this lesson, or these couple of lessons, is to help you understand what idioms are and how they function in English. This includes explaining that idioms are phrases that carry figurative meanings that are different from the literal interpretation of individual words. We also hope that you'll be able to identify and learn these different, some of the popular idioms, and also practice using them in context. So, what are idioms? Idioms or idiomatic expressions are phrases or expressions that have a figurative or sometimes more than a literal meaning. So idioms usually have meanings that is difficult to understand only by looking at the words literally and interpreting them. For instance, if you have this idiomatic expression, "beyond the pale," let's first look at the individual word. What does beyond mean? Beyond means at or to the further side of something. What does pale mean? Pale means light in color or shade. So, what do you think this idiom means then? Does it mean more than pale or white, maybe? Well, no. The phrase actually means something is over the line or improper. So you can only know that by being able to infer the phrase's meaning based on context, or if someone explains what it means to you. So idioms are a big part of everyday language and can make your English sound more natural. Let's look at some more examples. If someone says they are feeling under the weather, okay, does it mean that they are standing beneath rain clouds? Well, no. It actually simply means they are not feeling too well. Okay. Another example is break a leg. If you're about to perform on stage and someone says this to you, they are not wishing you harm. They are not actually saying go and break your leg and harm yourself. Instead, it's a way of wishing you good luck in what you're about to do. So that is to wish you good luck before your performance or before the activity you're about to do. Another one, barking up the wrong tree. What do you think it means? Well, this means to make a false assumption, okay? To think falsely or to pursue a mistaken or misguided line of thought. So, if your friend, for instance, is looking for her lost keys in your bag, but you know that they are in her jacket, you might tell her, well, girl, you're barking up the wrong tree, okay? Because she is looking in the wrong place. She's assuming wrongly. So that's what it means. In a similar way, this idiomatic expression, the ball is in your court, it is an idiom derived from tennis. But when used in normal everyday conversation, it actually means it's your turn to take action or it's your turn to respond to a situation. Okay, so idioms are quite interesting. So I want us to end it here because it can be a little confusing when it comes to idiomatic expression because they are not so literal, but keep practicing and it will become more natural. Understanding idioms can sometimes be challenging because their meanings are figurative. That means it is not literal, it's not so clear. But don't worry, the more you hear them, the more familiar they will become to you. In our next lesson, we will go through a whole lot of idioms that I have prepared that I think come up so often when we speak so that you can familiarize yourself with them and incorporate them in your speech and writing. Great job for today. As part of your assignment, I'd like you to listen to a song, watch a movie, or read a book in English and try to spot any idioms that you see, okay? Write them down and look them up and see what they mean. And then go over to the resource folder that is attached to this lesson, download the questions, answer them by yourself, and then when you're done, you can download the answer sheet and compare your answers, and you can improve from there. That's the end of our lesson today on idioms. We will continue in our next lesson. I'll see you then. Hello and welcome back. I hope you managed to find some idioms in your assignment. We are going to continue the lesson on idiomatic expression today. Let's get right into it. Today, we're going to continue our exploration of idiomatic expressions and learn how to use them in your conversations. So, Let's start by reviewing more idioms and see how you can easily use them in your daily conversation. Hopefully, we touch on some of the ones that you already found in your last assignment because that will be great. So, the very first one we're going to do today is on cloud nine. Now, this is a very good example of an idiomatic expression because it means to be extremely happy or euphoric, to be extremely happy, excited, in very high spirits. How do we use this expression? Imagine you receive some exciting or life changing news. Maybe you got the job of your dreams, had a baby, won a competition, or something else that really excites you. You can say to anyone who wants to know how you're feeling, I am on cloud nine. So I hope you understand that. The next one is piece of cake. Now, this is an idiom we use to refer to something that's easy or simple. For example, if you found a math homework to be very easy, you could say the homework was a piece of cake. Or if you're learning to ride a bicycle per se, you can, and it was easy for you, you can just say that was a piece of cake. Okay, so if you're doing something that probably people find normally difficult to do, but you did not find it difficult, if you did not experience the same difficulty, you can say that was a piece of cake. How about this one? Barking up the wrong tree. We did touch on it in the last one, so we're just going to go through it quickly. This means to make a false assumption or thinking, or pursuing a mistaken or misguided line of thought. So imagine your friend is looking for her lost keys in your bag, but you know they are in her jacket because she forgot where she put them. You might just smile and say to her, girl, you're barking up the wrong tree because she is thinking wrong. Or, for example, if you think I'm the one who ate your sandwich, you're barking up the wrong tree. For those of us who live in collective building or buildings where you share maybe the kitchen or you have common spaces. Similarly, this next one, the ball is in your court, is an idiom derived from tennis. But when used in conversation, it means it's your turn to take action or respond to a certain situation. The next one is hit the nail on the head. To hit the nail on the head. Now, this means to get something exactly right or to speak accurately about a subject. For example, if someone makes a point that you completely agree with, you can say, you've hit the nail on the head. Or another example is when you said I was feeling tired because I'm overworked, you hit the nail on the head. So that's an example of how you can use it in a sentence. Let me repeat that. When you said I was feeling tired because I was overworked, you hit the nail on the head. The next one is under the weather. Under the weather. This means to feel unwell or sick. So, this is very easy to use in your conversation. If you're feeling sick or unwell and somebody wants to know how you're feeling, you just say, I am feeling under the weather. For example, I am feeling a bit under the weather today, so I think I'll stay home from work. That is a great example. The next one, to bite the bullet. To bite the bullet. This means to face a difficult or unpleasant situation bravely. Naturally, we are prone to shying away from very unpleasant or difficult situations. But if you face it face front or full on, then you can say you bit the nail, you bit the bullet. For example, I really don't want to study for my exam, but I guess I'll have to bite the bullet. This next one says, let the cat out of the bag. to let the cat out of the bag. This means to reveal a secret. I'll give you an example in a sentence. I was trying to keep the party a surprise, but my little brother let the cat out of the bag. So, this is someone who is trying to have a surprise party for someone, but his or her little brother could not keep his mouth shut and went all over and let the cat out of the bag. He revealed the secret. Another one, costs an arm and a leg. Costs an arm and a leg. Now, this means something is very expensive. If something is really expensive, you can say, now that costs an arm and a leg. For example, my new car could be a Tesla. You say, my new car costs an arm and a leg. Okay, then we would clearly understand that it costs quite a bit. The next one is to kill two birds with one stone. This means to achieve two objectives with one single action. You want to do two things, you take one action, and both of them are taken care of. So then you can use this expression saying, I killed two birds with one stone. I'll give you an example in a sentence. By studying on my commute, that is when you're traveling from one place to another, that's the meaning of commute. By studying on my commute, I can prepare for my exam and save time. It's like killing two birds with one stone. Okay, so this person is traveling from one point to the other and studying on the train, on the bus. So he feels that he's traveled from that point and reached his or her destination. That is one goal. And he's also able to study on the bus. That is the second goal. So he killed two birds with one stone. So that is great. We have gone through some very common idiomatic expression, and there are so many of them. Do not get overwhelmed. Only go through the lesson again and see how best you can use them in your daily speech. You take one at a time, and it will become very automatic when you're speaking or you're writing. And when people speak, do listen out for some more and use them as well. If you don't understand, you can always check it up. You can ask the person, the speaker, if you are able to explain what they mean. So let's wrap up what we did today. I want you to remember that idioms are a unique and colorful aspect of language. They can be tricky to learn, but they make your speech more interesting and natural. So keep listening for them and practicing, and soon they will become a good part of your speech. So now I want you to go over to the resource folder attached to this lesson and answer the questions by yourself. Then download the answer sheet and compare your answers and see what you got correct and what you didn't really understand, and see how you can move forward and improve. That's the lesson for today. And I hope you understood it. If you did not, don't hesitate to ask questions, and I will see you in the next lesson. Hello there, and welcome to our review lesson. Here we are going to summarize what we have learned, the most important points of what we have learned over the course. And I want you to stay through because it is an important part to remind yourself of what we have done so that you are fully aware and you revise. It's a sort of revision for you. So let's start by revisiting grammar. We started with nouns and pronouns, which I did say are the building blocks of sentences. Nouns represent people, places, or things. Okay? While pronouns stand in for nouns to avoid repetition. For example, instead of saying John dropped John's keys and then John picked them up, you can use pronouns and then say John dropped his keys and then he picked them up. Then we also looked at verbs, which we said express actions, states of being, or occurrences. So we studied tenses, which are closely linked to nouns. It help you express nouns in the appropriate times. So we looked at simple past, simple present, and the future. Okay, so I hope that you remember that. If you don't remember any of them, just go to the lessons on noun and verbs and tenses and just remind yourself. We also looked at adjectives and said that adjectives describe or modify nouns. They give more information about nouns in sentences. For example, happy in happy dog. So you don't just want to say happy, you want to give more information about a dog. Happy dog is the if the dog is fluffy and the dog has a particular color and you think it is important to the one you're speaking to, you can add all those to modify and give details about the noun. In a similar way, adverbs modify verbs, adjectives, or other adverbs, often, and they often end in ly. For example, quickly. So you can say he ran quickly. Okay, so if someone performs an action, you want us to know how the action was. You want us to know some details, some further details about the action. So if somebody ran, or somebody sang, or somebody wrote a book, you want to describe it a little bit further. Okay, and that is what adverbs help you to do. So, to end part one of the course, we looked at the basic sentence structure and we learned that English follows a subject plus verb plus object order. For example, I love pizza. I being the subject, love being the verb, and pizza being the object. Then we moved straight on to part two of the course where we focused a lot on listening and speaking in this course. Now, listening exercises that I designed for you were to help you improve your comprehension and to help you understand context. We also went through some basic conversation skills. In our speaking lessons, we practiced pronunciation, we learned common phrases, and worked on fluency and clarity. I hope you remember the basic conversation skills we practiced, like introducing yourself, asking questions, and expressing opinions. In part three, we focused on reading and writing. Our lessons in this part was focused on comprehension and vocabulary building. And we read various texts and worked on understanding the main ideas and supporting details. In part four, that was all about culture and context. We learned that an important part of learning English is not just the building blocks that is nouns and the grammar, but also understanding the culture and the context in which the language itself is used. Then we also discussed some common idiomatic expression in English speaking context to help you really appreciate the language and to enrich your speech and writing. So, throughout the course, I gave you loads and loads of quizzes and assignments, and I hope that you gave yourself to them because they were to help you revise what we've done in a specific course and in a specific lesson, and also to keep you moving forward and becoming better and better to help you incorporate the knowledge that you have learned so that it is not just theoretical but also practical. Okay? So the final part which is today, is our review and assignment. And I just want to remind you that throughout the course, I have tracked your process with quizzes and assignments, and these regular quizzes and assessments is to help you understand what areas you need to focus a bit more on. So at this point, I have prepared for you a final exam which will evaluate your progress in all the areas we have covered in this course. So do well to take that exam, and after the exam, use the concluding video for feedback and recommendations for further study. I have also attached extra resources for your learning, and I want you to take advantage of that. It has been an exciting time having you in this course. I hope that you have learned a lot. I hope that you take a few minutes to leave a review about how helpful this course has been for you. I wish you the very best as you go forward in your language learning. Bye for now.
Congratulations for taking and completing this English language program for beginners and giving your best in the final exam. I am incredibly proud of your effort, your dedication, and your progress. Now let's talk about your exam. I know that you might have some mixed feelings about some answers you gave and even unsure about some of the answers you gave. But I want you to understand that examinations, especially language examinations, are about assessing where you are rather than giving a final stamp on your abilities. So the exam is not to show you how poorly you have done, but to show you your progress, how far you have come. So I want you to see it as an opportunity to assess and mark and evaluate your progress in the language learning journey. So did you find the reading comprehension tricky? Then you need to spend more time reading English text, a variety of text, newspapers and articles, novels. These will help enrich your reading skills. If you also found the listening section to be a bit difficult, then you can spend time listening and watching English documentaries and movies even, and most importantly, podcasts, because you hear the voice and a variety of them as well. You may have also found the vocabulary section a bit challenging, and that's completely all right. Now, remember that the English language is filled with over 170,000 words that are in current use, and even native speakers do not use all of them. Okay, so maybe what you have to do is to build your vocabulary bit by bit. Maybe learn a new word every single day. As for speaking and pronunciation, I assure you, you will become better with time. Remember, the goal is not to sound like a native speaker, but to be understood when you speak. I am not a native speaker, and I am certain that you have understood me well throughout the course. Only try speaking and practicing regularly. Speak to English friends and colleagues. Even speak to yourself in English. Even think in English, and it will be a great and an excellent way for you to practice your speaking and pronunciation. Now, I want you to know that your language learning journey does not end with this exam. It has actually begun now that you are armed with new language knowledge. I want you to keep trying, keep practicing, keep exploring. I want you to know that your effort, your dedication, and your enthusiasm have been truly inspiring. Remember, learning language is not about being perfect. It's about making progress, and you have already made incredible progress. So I want you to continue on this journey, and I hope that this course has been helpful. I hope that I will continue to be a part of your language learning journey. I wish you all the best. Bye for now.